It's not
So
recording.
good. Welcome to the 2024 Academies for Social Entrepreneurship Showdown. We're going to begin by having a conversation, introducing you to our judges. Louise Wanier. Well, she's a serial entrepreneur. She's a consultant. She's a philanthropist. She's founded and built, I think, 7 companies. Louisa, can you come off mute? Because I want them to know you as we move forward.
Sorry, I've built 4 companies, but I've helped build several others.
I got it. You're leading strategic marketing development. Tell us about you. It's easier that way because we have breakdowns that I'm trying to deal with, including like I can't just go, this is somebody I love and adore, and she's been around longer than I've been with this kind of stuff. I know that you've raised $50 million in combined venture capital, equity financing. Tell us something you want them to know.
I'm kind and I really listen and I really want to hear what you've got to say. And I'm going to learn from you this morning. Thank you.
Yeah, she is all of those things. She's extraordinary. She has a background in
okay, I'll just do it quickly, Archie. So
early
I've
stage
worked in
technology.
4
Yes.
industries: education technology,
Yes.
my first startup in Sweden, 1986. That's how ancient I am. I have now 9 grandchildren. I'm semi-working, not fully working anymore. I don't run in my own businesses anymore. I like to mentor other entrepreneurs who are starting out or middle of the road. And one of my companies went public. It's the most famous one, Gemstar VCR Plus. And one of my companies went bust, had to put it into bankruptcy. And the assets were sold to an Israeli company. And one of my, no, sorry, that's 2 different companies. I had one company that went into bankruptcy, didn't get sold, but the assets were later negotiated as part of a patent settlement. And then the last company was an operating company and doing very well, but 2008 happened. And so it got sold to an Israeli company. The assets got sold. So I've been through the ups and downs, made plenty of mistakes, and learned along the way. And, you know, some of the things work. And then you get to be judges.
Well, and also speaker and so much more, Louise.
Okay, enough of me. Let's go on.
No, one of my favorites, but I got you. Okay. Our next judge is Jesus Avalera, a successful entrepreneur with a passion for social impact, diverse background in e-commerce, technologies, governmental technologies. He's built and launched his first mental health and wellness platform for first responders called Mindbase. Would you like to tell us something about yourself, Jesus?
No, just really excited to be here, yeah, and learn from you guys and yeah, see the impact you guys are making locally, nationally and globally. Yeah, really passionate about mental health and yeah, just making a difference in our world, and technology and innovation and what we do and really do that. So really excited to hear what you guys got.
Excellent, thank you. No, I know also that you Mindbase raised over $3 million in venture capital, right?
Yep, we raised $3 million and got it going, and then it recently was acquired by another public safety company, technology company. So yeah, big win for us.
Awesome. Thank you for being here. Patrick Johnson. Let's see. Executive chairperson of the board of Saluma. Patrick, that's the light diode company, correct?
Yeah, like therapy.
I have one of those. Tell us about yourself. I apologize. All of your resumes and stuff were on the slide that I can no longer see. So what you see me trying to do is remember all of your qualifications, which is why we're doing it this way.
I have no qualifications.
Yeah, we could have guessed that. I don't think it's true, but I could have guessed that way.
I guess I'm a self-described strategic architect. What I've kind of focused on in my career is finding sort of the unique aspects of enterprise that differentiates them from competition and creates value for customers. I've been in 4 different industries. I've been in the medical device industry for the last 20 plus years. Biophotus, my current company, we started 13 years ago. We didn't raise a lot of money to do it, but we've paid back our shareholders 5 times already through dividends. And they're playing with the house's chips that are probably worth 20 to 30 times what their initial investment was. So while I focus on strategy, I'm a big believer in robust operations and making money as fast as you can.
Okay, that's so Chief Business Development, CEO and President, board members, Prodex in the early 2010, and he's also a startup humanitarian. WorldBed, right? An impact project.
Yeah, in response to the earthquake in Haiti in 2010, we started up a rescue field bed operation, recognizing that 1.2 million people were sleeping on the ground outside in Haiti, and put together the manufacture of an engineered bed that we were able to ship 20 or 30 containers worth into Port-au-Prince to make people just a little bit more comfortable in a very uncomfortable situation.
Got it. You also have I know you tapped on it, but I know it's going to be of particular interest to at least one of our nonprofits. You have quite a background in dental specialties, equipment, that kind of stuff, right?
Right. One of the companies I built was a division of Cybron Dental. I built their endodontic division by putting 3 acquired companies together, and taking them from, pre-merger of about 12 million in revenue and 2 years later, 60 million in revenue.
Beautiful. Thank you for being here, taking time out of your day. Actually,
Absolutely my pleasure.
when it's a full day, it's like I should take a day out of your week, right? Like this is a journey and it takes something for all of you to volunteer. So I really want you to know that I appreciate it. Our next judge is Justin Sanders. Here's what I know about Justin, because I really do miss my notes at this point. Justin's a patent attorney and co-founder of Master Key IP. I know that
Do you want me to just step in?
you could do that. Andy sent me a nice little message. I think he must have left, and then he sent me a message that popped over. So yes, you can step in. I can interact some. It's really so for everyone who's a little late. We had a problem with the slides, and that when we tried to present the slides, all of my notes that I put up to remind me of stuff was showing. We couldn't figure out how to put the slides up without the notes, so I'm doing it blind. But yes, and I know that. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, so, yeah. So I'm an IP attorney, so I'm a patent attorney, but I do a lot of trademark stuff. But I work primarily with startups and small businesses. I've been doing this for about 18 years, and yeah, just look forward to seeing all the presentations. I do a lot of work with local organizations and startups or incubators and accelerators. So I like being a mentor and a resource, and love judging these types of competitions. So I'm excited to see the presentations today.
And you're still sitting on the board of Tech Coast Venture Capital or Networks?
Yeah, Tech Coast Venture Network. Yeah.
So somebody who's in this business. So
Clarification question for Justin. Do you do copyright as well as patents?
I do. Yeah. The whole gamut of IP.
that it?
Short and sweet.
So those are our judges. We are about to begin. So we're going to start our presentation. I'm going to shut this down. And we're going to call on our first group, which is, and they know already, but I don't know. So I have to go look.
Miracle Flights.
Oh, it is. It's Miracle Flights.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Before we get on a personal note, I just want to say thanks to everyone and the judges for being here. This is the reason why I chose UCLA, is to be in front of and learning and engaged with esteemed individuals like yourself. So I appreciate this opportunity. Okay. Are you guys ready with the timer and everything? For those of you that have children and those who have always dreamt of having a child, the dream is always the same: to nurture and raise a healthy child. Now think for a minute. After feeling the joy of welcoming a child into the world, soon after, you are faced with an overwhelming challenge when you learn your child has a life-threatening condition.
This story was true for a mother from a small town in Mississippi. When her son Levi was born, doctors said he would never walk, talk, or live past the age of 2. Levi lives with a rare form of dwarfism, one so rare it affects just 28 people worldwide. With no doctors close to home and specialty care hard to find, she depleted her bank accounts and maxed out her credit cards to find help for her son. Since the age of 4, Levi and his family have been supported by Miracle Flights, a service that has enabled them to travel over 30 times for treatments that are literally life-saving.
Miracle Flights has been a beacon of hope for countless families. Based in Las Vegas, Nevada, this national nonprofit provides free commercial flights to sick children needing life-saving medical care far from home. With nearly 100 million miles flown and about 700 flights per month, their mission is clear and is driven by a small, dedicated team and visionary, business-minded leaders. Every child with Miracle Flights receives a companion, Miles the bear, a symbol of strength and comfort. This bear, sold in airports nationwide, represents the courage of each child on their journey.
This is Kiona. When she was 4 weeks old, she was diagnosed with shaken baby syndrome, left in a coma for a month with 2 broken legs. She was then adopted into a loving family who showed her the love she deserves. She and Levi are just 2 of the many Miracle Flyers who have to spend days at a time in the hospital. These stories sparked the idea for our venture. There is a need to elevate public understanding and empathy regarding the immense challenges faced by families who travel great distances for specialized medical care. Too often, the financial and logistical struggles these families endure remain unseen and unaddressed by the broader community. By shedding light on their courageous journeys and the crucial role of healthcare facilities far from home, we can touch hearts and inspire action.
We are now excited to introduce a new venture, a children's coloring book. This book isn't just a book, it's a portal to comfort, engagement, and understanding. It features Miracle Flight's mascot, Miles the bear, along with the stories of children like Levi and Kiona, each page filled with their artwork and the hospitals where they received treatment. And in the back, a QR code will allow children to connect with these brave Miracle Flyers through a virtual letter. This coloring book is more than a revenue stream. It's a celebration of resilience, a narrative of journeys taken and obstacles overcome, and a means of connecting these extraordinary children with the world, spreading their mission across a wider audience and creating a closer-knit community among Miracle Flyers and their families. We will sell our coloring books to elementary school-aged children and their parents in airports. W.H. Smith is a massive airport retailer and has been a strong partner for Miracle Flights for several years. They currently produce and sell the Miles the Bear stuffed animal in 60 of their airport stores across the country, giving 100% of proceeds to Miracle Flights. We'll sell our coloring books alongside Miles the Bear in these locations. Our research shows that coloring books are great products for children at airports because they provide hours of entertainment, they're inexpensive, they're easy to transport, and they're an alternative to electronics. We will also distribute our coloring book to hospitals where they will comfort and entertain children like Levi and Kiona.
Coloring books have been executed successfully for hundreds of years. Not only will our coloring book reach the same level of success, but it will also include an educational property for children to learn more about rare diseases and to connect with Miracle Flyers by means of the QR code virtual letter in the back of the book. Through this component, children and their parents can foster meaningful connections with Miracle Flyers like Levi and Kiona, donate to Miracle Flights, purchase additional coloring books, Undergoing treatments multiple times a year can make children feel isolated. Our coloring book works to reduce the strain and connect children who may be experiencing similar circumstances.
Just like they do with Miles the Bear, WH Smith also plans to print our coloring book and cover all associated costs. We have also partnered with the Chuck Jones Center of Creativity. This organization was founded by the legendary Warner Brothers cartoonist Chuck Jones, and it provides art lessons to children. They will be donating cover art and supplemental illustrations for our coloring book. Every family in the country should know about Miracle Flight services. So in addition to selling at WH Smith locations and airports, we will also encourage our corporate sponsors to buy books in bulk, which we will then donate to children's hospitals like Cleveland Clinic and Lucille Packard's Children's at Stanford, where our books will comfort and entertain sick children and will raise awareness about Miracle Flights among hospital staff and families. Our primary upfront cost is the book's author, and our monthly recurring costs are for marketing and the technology required to host coloring book sales on the Miracle Flights website. We've used existing Miles the Bear sales in 60 initial WH Smith retailers to estimate starting sales for the coloring book, with plans to scale more airport stores throughout the course of the first 3 years. We project that we will make back our initial spent cash before the 6-month mark. And as you can see here, we estimate to make a profit of nearly $120,000 in the 3rd year. That amount of money will allow Miracle Flights to provide life-saving trips for over 257 families.
On the right, you see Kiona again. In 2017, she met Dr. Kanatra, who performed a surgery that was a major milestone for her being able to talk. Since then, Kiona has followed Dr. Kanatra as he moved to Iowa and then to Ronald Reagan UCLA Children's Hospital. Miracle Flights will keep flying Kiona as she keeps progressing in her medical care. Kiona is now 8 years old, participates in gymnastics, and dreams of being a doctor one day. On the left, you see Levi. He's known for his charisma, humor, and incredible resilience. Having faced challenges that most of us could barely imagine, not only has he surpassed expectations, but he also advocated for Rare Disease Week in Washington, D.C. for families just like his. Today, we are requesting your support of $40,000 to launch a special coloring book and expand Miracle Flight services, ensuring that every dollar helps families in dire need of accessing medical care. I know firsthand what these flights mean to families. Not only am I Miracle Flight's family advocate, but I'm also Levi's mother. I'm happy to share that he is now 18 years old. He is not bound to a wheelchair. He is up walking, talking, and living his best life because Miracle Flights helped us get him to the care that he needed. These flights help, and they change lives, and they help children soar. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
So first, we acknowledge you. Most people are not on camera, but this is how we normally online would acknowledge people. So I want to turn it over to the judges. And judges, I'm going to ask you to raise your electronic hand so I can call on you so that we can make sure that we do that systematic. So do any of the judges have any questions or comments? Louise? You don't, there you go.
Sorry, my electronic hand, I can't see it on the screen right now. Apologies to everybody. Well, just thank you all very much for this heartfelt presentation. I've written a children's book called Tree Spirits, and it's a journey. So the thing that you've done that you've really got working for you is this partnership with WH Smith and these major corporate sponsors that are very significant. And it seems to me you've come a long way with this idea. The question I have, which you didn't present, is what is the organizational structure to support this? What are the costs annually for the team members? Is this part of your existing staff? Do you have to hire any unique staff? What are the real resources required to build this? Because this is unless WH Smith is doing it for you, this is quite a complicated undertaking.
Yeah, so initially, the only person we're planning on hiring or bringing aboard is an author. And we have worked with authors in the past. We've already contacted them and seeing the pricing. We haven't closed any deals on that. But a lot of the artwork is going to come from the kids. So, the illustrations will come from Chuck Jones, what we can't get from the kids. So that's kind of the team. And then other than that, yeah, WH Smith is handling the distribution and the printing and the publishing and all that.
And you also need a book designer. Do you have that?
We do not.
So that's a missing piece. You must have a book designer. I can help you with that, but in any case, you must have that.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
I think that's all for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. Any other?
Oh, sorry. One more question. Sorry. Do you know right now how much volume WH Smith is going to commit to, and why that's the right number of books to print?
Yeah, I'll pass it over to our teammate, Catherine. We're going based off everything that Miles the bear, the stuffed animal that they've done for the past 3 years, is doing. And then we're going to scale from there, but I'll let Catherine take over for the financial part.
Yeah, so in terms of the amount, we don't have anything that they've committed to yet, but yeah, like Craig was saying, based off of the Miles the Bear sales, we were gonna start with the volume based off of that. So about approximately 300 units per month nationwide, and then we're hoping to scale from there. Yeah, so
and how much
set in stone yet, but
what is the net cash receipt from that amount per month?
So each at a revenue of about $10 a book, it's maybe 3,000 per month.
What's the cost of printing the book at that scale?
We've projected about $2. So,
but we also don't have to pay for the cost, which is nice part about the WH Smith partnership. They're covering all costs.
So they're making a donation as well. Okay,
Yes,
that's
and
great. Thank you.
I could honestly do the whole presentation on them because they're an amazing partner. They, with the Miles the Bear, they've offered to, let us have 10,000 of them to give out to people. The size isn't really a concern to them. They've also sent out a letter to the other industry leaders for airport retailers saying that they need to back Miracle Flights and they should follow along with a similar idea so that Miracle Flights can get out there and more engaged with the community. And Miracle Flights is in talks with Parity too right now about starting a product with them.
Okay. I need to pause it because Pedro, you didn't give me a timer, so I don't know how much I have left of that 12 minutes, but I want to give the other judges an opportunity. So thank you, Louise. Anything from there, Patrick?
Yeah, I often get things wrong, but my sense is that you buried the lead. That if I understand correctly, the problem you're solving is desperately needed transportation for critically ill children. And I think you need to start with, here's the problem I'm solving, and then and how and I think that's the funding of the flights. And what I was waiting for is some sort of partnership with the airlines or what the airlines are doing for you. But it got really focused on a coloring book. And again, I'm assuming the coloring book's funding
Patrick.
Yes.
So the flights is the business of the nonprofit, and what they're pitching is the comic books or the coloring books because that is their business venture.
Yeah. Selling coloring books.
That's the business venture to raise money for those flights, but they already do how many flights a month? 60 or
700 flights a month.
It's about 700, 600 flights a month.
Yeah. So I guess my point is, as a potential investor in your enterprise, I want to understand what the revenue mechanism, the problem that's being fixed by the revenue mechanism. and sort of get that connection. And I think that connection is really emotionally charged. So I think you can hook people with that. And then the sort of the second thing is and as an investor, how does that money come back to me? Because, it's not clear if you're spending, all of the revenue that you're generating or the profit you're generating in funding flights, or is some portion of that being set aside for providing a return for the investors?
Louise?
Yeah, so what Patrick is raising is exactly my issue with this one. It isn't a venture. It is it's a earned revenue stream for the charity. So it's not an investment, Patrick. It's not getting investors. It's another channel for raising funds that go towards the flights.
Yeah, which then sort of goes to the sustainability question of, are you just a charity looking for donors, or are you actually trying to create a venture that will fund?
Well, yeah, so that's the tricky thing in the social enterprise, and it's good we're getting this at the beginning. From all the years I've been doing this, the tricky thing is some of the ventures we're going to hear today are ventures. They're investable. They're going to produce a return, and some of them are earned revenue, social enterprise earned revenue streams, and they're just as valid, but they don't have investors. So we as judges are going to have to sort that through.
Got it.
And we will be fair. Don't worry, everybody.
Oh, come on. We're not ever fair. Anything for you, Justin?
Yeah, I guess one question. So I appreciate selling through airports. I see the connection there. Obviously, you're using the funds to pay for tickets, but it seems like maybe you're limiting yourselves as far as where you're selling these things. Have you considered selling through other retail outlets or through other means other than your I know you said e-commerce as well through your website, I'm assuming, but or is just have the cost benefit just doesn't justify expanding outside of airport stores? Or I'm just curious why you're limiting yourselves there.
Yeah, I don't think we're limiting ourselves. I think we are utilizing the strong partnerships that we have to make the initial out the gate go as smoothly as possible. The thing with Barnes and Noble, right? We put our book into Barnes and Noble or even Amazon publishing, right? And we have to do, the marketing, the getting it out there and everything initially off the bat ourselves, right? But our partnership with WH Smith means that first year we have books on the shelves. We have people already buying the bear, and now they're going to have the book right next to the bear, right? Which is huge, because now we have sales that we can get to immediately. And then after that, our plan is to go to our corporate sponsors, which we have a lot. Southwest is one of them. Amgen's one of them. And ask them to buy in bulk, 5,000, 10,000 at a time. And then we can send them out to these children's hospitals. Beyond that, we've talked about hospital gift shops. We've talked about, places like Barnes and Noble and Target, and those aren't out of the picture. Definitely not.
Okay. Thank you.
Jesus, anything for you?
Just a question. You mentioned that every family should know about Miracle Flights. How are you guys going about that?
I can let Robert take this one if you're willing, Robert.
Yeah, absolutely. So from a organizational standpoint, right now we do have outreach to treatment site hospitals throughout the country, centers of excellence, like the ones you saw on screen, where a lot of families have to travel to get medical care. So we do these virtual monthly meetings with case managers and social workers at those hospitals. Turnover is high at these places, so we need to make sure that we're continually educating so that they can refer families to our organization. But also it's with partnerships, right? We're a small national charity based in Las Vegas. So with our big national partners like WH Smith, big airlines, we try to get out in front of it as much as we can, obviously, and even just through social media and just traditional marketing as well from our organizational standpoint.
Got it. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. So yeah, I was wondering for just like Justin, like the distribution of the coloring book and how that could be like a larger distribution model. Because yeah, relying on the current partners, kind of putting more weight on them would kind of be kind of a heavy. I know they're amazing partners, but still like yeah, trying to branch out to other distribution models. But yeah, thanks for sharing that. That's good info.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. I acknowledge the judges, I acknowledge the students and the nonprofit organization. Personally, I was moved, touched, and inspired. But we do need to move on. And our next nonprofit is the Zakat Foundation of America. Are you ready?
All right, so good morning and thank you all for joining us in your busy schedules. My name is Tyler and I am the social media specialist at Zakat Foundation of America. And I'm here with Team 10 to present to you our Zakat Shop Fair Trade store. Imagine being forced to suddenly leave your home with nothing more than what you could carry in the clothes on your back. When the Syrian civil war started, Iman, a young Syrian refugee, lost her home and educational prospects immediately and had to flee to neighboring Jordan. When she fled there, Zakat Foundation of America found her and took her in. When she first came to us, she was psychologically traumatized and didn't have any means of earning a livelihood. But with the help of our vocational training programs, she not only learned how to sew, she also gained confidence, made new friends, and began her journey to healing. At Zakat Foundation of America, our mission is to help all those in need, just like Iman, regardless of their religion, nationality, political affiliation, or identity. Some of our main initiatives include providing emergency relief, establishing food security, and increasing healthcare access. We also provide educational opportunities and empower refugees through our livelihood training programs. One of our current continued initiatives is the establishment of vocational training programs around the world to teach refugees the skills they need to enter the workforce. Iman's journey is just one of many success stories that show how our training centers are more than just classrooms. They're places where people rebuild their lives. Let's talk about how we can work together to help more people like Iman by creating a sustainable venture that utilizes their skills in developed markets like America. Our objective is to establish a fair trade e-commerce site through which we employ the women who participate in our vocational training programs. The work of these women from across the globe, which will range from sewed goods to jewelry and pottery, will be made available to American consumers through our new online Zakat shop. The profits from selling these goods will then be split between the women who manufactured the goods and Zakat Foundation of America. Through this venture, we hope to provide our beneficiaries with the opportunity to earn better livelihoods, increase awareness of and use profits for maintaining our current vocational training programs, and fund future projects.
Our target market for this venture is the intersection of the sustainable and fair trade market space and the faith-driven market space. We are targeting the sustainable and fair trade market space as it currently accounts for 17% of all purchased goods and has consistently grown over the past 10 years. Additionally, there is a sizable faith-driven market in which lie 7 million American Muslims that hold over $2 billion in spending power. Many retailers such as Walmart and Trader Joe's have recognized this niche's potential and have catered their business towards them, which validates our focus on the Islamic community. Zakat Foundation's established reputation within the Islamic community, with the American Muslim community, will allow us to tap into this market and benefit our venture greatly. Next slide. So as mentioned earlier, we'll be sourcing our goods from graduates of our many vocational training programs. The list of products we will be selling include jewelry, mugs, pots, clothing such as shawls and dresses, mini art pieces like mosaics, small purses, and decorative table pieces. When compared to our main competitors, our biggest advantages are our ability to quickly scale and our religious appeal. Also, Zakat Foundation has had a previous Zakat shop that sold American-made Zakat Foundation merchandise. So the website already exists and is well seated. This means when searched, it appears in the top results on the search list. Additionally, our niche allows us to directly target a massive number of donors and American Muslims faster and more efficiently than our competitors. The first phase of our venture involves shipping roughly 100 goods from Turkey to conduct a soft launch in order to gauge interest in the venture and our products. To start, we'll be selling jewelry and small pots. This launch will allow us to gauge interest by analyzing what is bought and how fast it is bought, test the pricing, and gather feedback from customers. We plan to advertise our venture to our large donor base through our email newsletter and social media platforms. To the right, we have our expansion plan. We plan to scale this venture by adding products from a new vocational school each year to both increase the number of units we can produce as well as our social impact. A conservative total number of units we believe that we can produce by the end of this year is 660 units, and we hope to scale this to 1,845 units over the next 3 years. The units produced from 2023 represent the old Zakat shop, and 2024 marks our shift to the new fair trade Zakat shop model, which relies on different production and distribution techniques and is relying on different infrastructure, which explains the initial decline in products produced, but then the rapid incline as we continue to scale. As I mentioned earlier, Zakat Foundation started as a Zakat shop selling Zakat Foundation branded apparel a couple of years ago, but the margins were not worth the efforts as shown in our first column. With the transition into the fair trade shop model, Zakat Foundation utilizes pre-existing infrastructure and relatively cheaper labor and material costs to get a net margin of 29% at the end of this year. Note that even though we will be producing less products in 2024 than the old Zakat shop did in 2023, we still expect to make greater profit due to the much higher profit margins of our new project. As we can see to the right, there is a map with the red areas indicating the vocational schools that Zakat Foundation already has in place. As stated earlier, each year we hope to expand the venture to another vocational school to scale the number of units we can produce. The graph and tables show how revenues and expenses grow as we scale. Zakat Foundation will be run by 3 main employees of Zakat Foundation, or sorry, Zakat Shop will be run by 3 main employees of Zakat Foundation, but will also include involvement from all over the organization. We have Amina Demir, the COO of Zakat Foundation, who will be responsible for overseeing Zakat Shop. She has worked for Zakat Foundation for over 12 years and is extremely familiar with and well connected within the organization, making her the most qualified to run this enterprise, which involves working with many different departments within Zakat Foundation. Next, we have Tyler Malari, who you heard from earlier, who is our social media specialist, and as part of the Zakat Foundation media team, will be our point of contact for all things media related. He, along with the rest of the media team, will be responsible for advertising our products, answering inquiries, and keeping the website up to date. He was also involved with the old Zakat shop project, so he is familiar with the logistics of such a project and knows what pitfalls to avoid. Finally, we have Nasreen Amira, Zakat Foundation's CFO, whose depth of experience in finances and accounting will be invaluable in managing the finances of this project. Seeing that our Zakat shop does not have major startup costs, Zakat Foundation already has the funds to start this initiative. Additionally, we've already received a $20,000 donation to be allotted for this project specifically. Instead, we are asking for assistance in recruiting an experienced international e-commerce mentor who is willing to volunteer their time to help oversee the project and serve as an advisor during the early stages of this project. Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to, and I have to change my view because I know Louise hasn't found her hand thing, so I can see her. If you're a judge and you would like to, Louise is first, of course.
Well, no, but I want other people to go first this time. Other people have a turn.
Jesus, would you like to go?
Yeah, just a few questions. Thanks so much for sharing all that, guys. Yeah, it's a great success that you guys are having with Zaka and love it. Just a few questions and kind of curious on a few things. So what is the current split for the e-commerce store, or do you guys plan on having a split for you guys and then the people who are making the jewelry?
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much for that question. So the split is more of actually, let me go back to that slide where we have our business breakdown. That way we can see it visually, right? Let's see. So here we have here we have our model that we want to go with, but to add some words to it, it would be more of a commission-based system, but there's also a salary as well. To go to our breakdown of the financials, we have, let me see. Here we have the salary at the bottom right. So we're projecting about 4,500 salary for about approximately, let's say, 10-ish employees starting in Turkey. And then as the project scales, so does the salary mounted. But then we also have the split of the commission. It really just depends on the product, honestly. But yeah, if you know want me to elaborate, I can.
Yeah, so there's no like really hard line of like we think this is the right percentage for this, or it goes by product, or like, yeah, is that
Yeah, I would definitely say it's product dependent, just because some products are at a higher cost or sale price than another.
got it? And you guys supply these like already established places with the product itself, right? Or did I hear that wrong?
Yeah, so just to give a quick overview of the business, it's so let's say Turkey, right? They produce products, and then once they make these products out of raw materials, they then will ship them to the Zakat shop offices that then ships them out to the end market consumer.
Got it. Okay. And then the second question, um, why not just use Etsy for this?
Yeah, so our business model, and actually our big trademark is that this is a fair trade market shop. And so we want to make handcrafted goods that are made by these women. And while Etsy would cut costs, we want to make this it's a social venture in the aspect that, these women who were in different like the sex trade or what have you, give them opportunity to work and give them opportunity to make materials. And also, our donors would like to, buy things that are made by these women and not just something that's made through Etsy.
Yeah, I was curious, like, because like it might be easier to so I mean in my mind, like how like taking already established something that's working, train them on like using Etsy, like empower these women. I mean, this is a great idea and it works really well, but I was just curious on why not Etsy, and what's stopping someone from using Etsy. But yeah, thanks for answering that. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. I got your hand, Justin, but Louise was in the middle. I want to check in and then I'll come in because she raised her physical hand.
I'll go last this time if you don't mind, because this is my area of expertise. I'd rather give the other judges a chance.
Okay, Justin, you're up.
Yeah, so I guess just kind of building on Jesus. I mean, so you're kind of targeting the participants in your vocational schools to then
Right.
kind of graduate and then start selling through your shop. So I could see a lot of them, like depending on how much they might make from Etsy versus from your shop, you might want to incentivize them a little more by giving them a larger commission compared to what they could make through Etsy. Or maybe you're providing them with additional resources, discounts on materials that they're going to be using to make these products. But my question though was, so these are established vocational schools. Roughly how many participants do you have in these schools currently? And did you gauge their interest in participating in this type of thing before actually launching this venture? Like, are a lot of them interested in selling through a shop like this versus like an Etsy?
Yeah, of course. So many of these graduates graduate and create products as such, and they tend to sell them in just within the community. And after having some people in the ZF organization go and ask the subsidiaries to ask them, many said that they would be interested in something like this.
Okay. And roughly how many participants do you have at these vocational schools currently? Obviously you're expanding, but
Right.
just rough numbers.
Tyler, do you have an exact number for this? Just because I want to go off memory, but if I have to, I
Yeah.
would say about, oh, sorry, go for it, Tyler.
No. It's okay. You go ahead. What did you have off your memory?
I think it was about 20 to 30 members a year, or I don't fully remember how it goes. I'm pretty sure it's more than that.
Yeah, I mean, your idea is best. I mean, you're more kind of coordinating from that end because I don't have like a solid figure off of the top of my head. So yeah.
Yeah, so I would say about, let's say on the 30 end, most definitely.
Okay, and just one more question. So how long is your programs typically, like when you bring on a new participant till they graduate your program and are ready to start selling through your store?
Joel, I can answer this question.
Thank you.
So depending on the vocational training program, the length of the actual training differs, but majority of them are within a 3 to 6 month time span.
Okay. All right. I'll let other judges ask questions now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dustin. Patrick?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. First, it sounds like the target market, at least based upon the statistic that you quoted, is American Muslims. And I think you said the $2 billion in spending power. I guess my first question would be, how much of that spending power is discretionary? Because if you look at least the slide of the products that are going to be sold, it's not stuff that you have to have, it's stuff that you like to have. And so my sense is the discretionary spending power available is much smaller than what you quoted. And is that big enough to create a sustainable business?
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much for that question. And I would love to point to our units side of our production. So, given that we have approximately about 60,000 donors, and after doing some surveys and such, we saw that we'd be able to penetrate about 2/3 of those donors that showed interest in wanting to purchase some of these items, given the different price ranges, right? And so, 2/3 of that would be about, let's say, 40,000 of our donors would be interested in buying these products. Given that we can only produce such a small number of these items, we're actually in the trouble right now with the shortage and trying to figure out how we can produce more items to then get these sales and capitalize on the non-discretionary. But yeah, thank you for that.
Okay. Second question, is there some qualification mechanism for your artisans to access the e-commerce platform, or is it just pure graduation from the school? And if that's the case, is it going to get, really dense in products available and make it hard for any one particular artisan to have a significant amount of revenue generated from their products?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase the question?
Yeah. So does any graduate of the trade school have access to the e-commerce platform? And if so, does that mean that you're going to have, thousands of artisans selling their products on the platform, which then sort of diminishes the opportunity for any given artisan?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. Really, really good question for something for definitely to dive in deeper. But as of right now, the way we're going about it is hiring a select number of candidates that do graduate, probably top of the class, and then, not saturate it that much. And then each year it'd be growing in different country, but definitely something to think about. Thank you for that.
And then
Okay.
I can add on to that answer too.
Yeah.
When it comes to the actual management of the website, the women that have graduated and taken part in these programs are not going to be the ones managing the website. The website is going to be managed by Zakat Foundation. So we will be we'll be purchasing the products from these women, and then we will be the ones managing the website, managing the buyer and the consumer facing side. And when it comes to picking the women that will actually produce these goods, our regional managers that oversee these vocational training programs will be responsible for quality supervision, making sure that the best projects are the ones that get sold on our website.
Okay. Thank you.
And that would take us to Louise.
Hi. Okay, well, I have a lot of feedback, but how many minutes have I got?
I'm not worried.
Okay. So this is an e-commerce venture, and as such, you haven't got the team that you need. So number one is you need different kinds of people. I am an e-commerce expert, so I can have to do a call later and talk you through that. Second thing is, I think this is a fabulous scalable opportunity. I'm Jewish. I'm very sorry for what's happening in the world right now. But I just want to say that targeting products and working towards the people that care about the Muslim world of products made by people in your workshops, that is a very focused target e-commerce business plan. Makes a lot of sense to me. Doesn't belong on the Etsy platform precisely because it will be lost there. The problem is the technology and the marketing, and you have a huge opportunity now to actually do something different from 10,000 villages, which is to really make this a showcase of the capacity of the talent of the Muslim community. So I think you've got an enormous amount more potential here than what you're indicating. So that's on the positive side. On the negative side, your numbers are all wrong. So, and I know they're wrong, but I'd have to see the detailed spreadsheets to know to what extent they're wrong. And if you're really, really going to do this properly, it's going to take an enormous amount more investment than what you've identified. But I'm sure you've got that investment available to you through the community. So that's my basic feedback.
Thank you.
So I appreciate the nonprofit and the students and Louise, all the judges, but I was actually very moved by that. So thank you. We're going to move on to our next group. Zakat Foundation of America, you're up.
R2 just went.
I'm so sorry.
We were the ones that just presented.
Too many people spoke at the same time, still didn't get it.
Rob, do you want to go?
Yes, Zakat Foundation just went, Archie. We're now on to growth cycling.
Oh, growth cycle, good. Sorry, I actually am being moved. The growth cycle, you have the floor. So while they're loading up, Luis, what I got was, in this world, an opportunity for real peace. And I apologize to the judges and everyone for being taken.
My t-shirt today, Archie, is Lady Smith Mom Bazo. Everybody should know about them. They're an African group from South Africa who travel the world to sing about peace.
Okay. Growth cycling.
Okay, we're ready. Hi, everyone. I'm Jury.
And I'm Elliot.
And we're Growth Cycling Foundation.
Imagine the thing that you love to do the most, the thing that brings you freedom, that clears your mind, that makes you feel alive. Now, imagine not being able to do that.
For Kayla, that thing is riding her bike. She's smiling now in this picture, but it wasn't always this way. Despite all efforts, nothing seemed to raise her spirits when she was stuck inside, isolated in virtual world, unmotivated to do anything, until she discovered a simple solution, riding a bike. When the wind blew in her hair as she started with a wobble and slowly found balance, she truly felt alive. And on those hard days, the only way to lift her spirits was to ride it out. To give Kayla these moments of freedom, her mom used to drive her over an hour to find a safe place to ride.
And Kayla just isn't another girl. She represents the reality for millions of kids in urban areas who don't have green space access or safe streets right outside their door.
Because for these millions of Americans, a bike is more than transportation. It's health, fun, community, and freedom.
This is why the Grow Cycling Foundation exists. People ask me, why does the bike matter? Or how can the bike make social change? We believe that not only can it create change, but that is the best tool to do so. These are our 4 pillars: community, so that girls like Kayla have support and friendship from their peers; opportunity, because the bike is transportation and it leads to lifelong prosperity; Education, where we have data that attendance is up because of the middle school cycling programs that we operate. And this is what access looks like at scale. We raised over $1.2 million from more than 10,000 individuals and some of the best brands in the world to build the Inglewood Pump Track, LA's first and only pump track. It's like a Disneyland for bikes in a 50-acre park. It provides kids and adults of all skill levels and abilities access to this unique experience every single time they ride, uniting families and friends because everyone belongs here, no matter where they're from.
Kayla's story is one that we heard firsthand when we visited the pump track. She rides at the pump track weekly, just 5 minutes from home, and her mom told us that it saved her daughter's life. However, she's an 8-year-old girl riding a bike 3 sizes too small. Her father explained that his dream of getting her a proper bike is hindered by financial constraints. Soon, she won't be able to fit on her bike anymore. And again, we find ourselves stuck, helplessly watching Kayla lose the one thing that gives her freedom. And that's why we're launching the Grow Cyclery, a 640 square foot building constructed of 2 shipping containers. It will serve the pump track similar to how a ski lodge complements the slopes. Just as novice skiers need a reliable place to learn the sport and enjoy the mountains, we noticed that the pump track had everything, but was missing the rallying place for community. Constructed right next to the Inglewood Pump Track, we will offer cycling lessons, bike rentals, and maintenance from a trusted source. The Grow Cyclery will have family activities like painting classes, as well as food and beverages, all at an affordable cost. It will be a comprehensive hub for all things cycling.
But here's the game changer. What we earn from the Grow Cyclery will flow right back into the community. Initiatives like providing bikes for children, sponsoring families who can't afford classes or clinics, and providing paid internships for 14 to 24-year-olds. We're creating opportunities and opening doors. The Grow Cyclery isn't just a place, it's a catalyst for accessibility in the Los Angeles biking community.
Now, let me tell you about another young child with a dream. Elliot Jackson was 4 years old when he was given a hand-me-down bike from his older brother, Andrew.
Yeah, Trey, it's crazy that just because I got that hand-me-down bike, I've been able to travel and compete for my country. I get to commentate for millions of people on Red Bull TV, and I was just in the LA Times with 4 girls who now have a place to ride it out just like Kayla. The Grow Cyclery will make my story possible for everyone. Plus, I get to work with my mom, who is the president of Grow and one of 3 women to found and own an investment bank in the late 90s. So our finances are in very good hands. But what's been essential is that we deeply integrate with our partners and their resources. Red Bull gave us $1 million ad slot on their most popular halftime show. Adidas believes in Grow so much that they chose to be the exclusive provider of cycling gear for the entire Inglewood School District. This year, Qualcomm employees advocated for Grow to access their mental health grant. This is just a small sample of the world-class backing that Grow Cyclery will have.
So, what makes our business model so uniquely successful? Well, it works exactly like a ski lodge. Our pump track serves as the slopes, aggregating demand through a fixed asset that's already paid for. We have inventory, only ours is provided through sponsorships at a low or no cost other than promotion. Labor is subsidized through partner employee volunteer programs, and staff is hired directly from the community. This model avoids typical retail risks: no rent, built-in demand, low-cost labor, and high margins.
Now, our competitive differentiation comes from our ability to provide a more holistic experience for the entire family. Commonly, people go to a beach where renting a bike and having lunch on the boardwalk is super expensive. And if you're bringing your kids who haven't learned to ride yet, you'll be supervising them and teaching them on your own.
Conversely, a company like Pedal Heads is a traditional camp that allows parents to drop their kid off, pay a huge fee, and return later. But attending camps at the Grow Cyclery can become a fun outing for the whole family, as we provide bike rentals for siblings and fun painting classes for adults while their kids are supervised.
Whatever way you choose to ride, there's definitely only one place you can enjoy the thrill of riding what I believe, and I might be biased, the best pump track in the world, and that's at the Grow Cyclery.
The market for recreational cycling in Southern California is enormous, as more than 2 million people participate annually. Based on our projections and our contractors' models, we expect 250,000 visits to the pump track each year. With the strong trend of buzz and foot traffic, we project 38,000 possible event attendees and 34,000 people in need of bike rentals. To begin tapping into this large market and provide more value to the community, we are seeking $195,000 to cover construction costs, utilities, and initial inventory. This funding is going to help us reach strong financial returns for investors, and more importantly, this revenue will be directly reinvested into the community.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. It's not just about finances. In a community that is 95% people of color, we can truly make a dent in the prevalence of diabetes and obesity through safe and fun exercise. Rentals at scale mean that parents who couldn't afford to buy or fix expensive bikes, now they don't have to. Our school research programs show that kids who ride at the pump track spend 2 hours less on their screens. This place will stand for generations, creating thousands of Kaylas and Elliots.
The Grow Cyclery is the first beacon of opportunity for community building and cycling. Together, we can build a brighter future, one pedal stroke at a time. So investors, are you ready to grow cycling with us? Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Judges, you have the floor. Louise, your hand is first. You have to unmute you.
I'm a cyclist, so I love this. As a little girl, this was my freedom. Everything you're describing, even though I wasn't hemmed in, I was living in the middle of a city in London. So I totally love this. My question is, what's the capacity of the pump track? How many?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Let me finish my sentence. And are you going to need, like in swimming pool complexes, are you going to need an adult one and a child one? And have you got any plans for that?
Yes, thank you so much, Luis. So we partnered with Velo Solutions, who is the premier pump track builder in the world. They're based out of Switzerland. And they built a 30,000 square foot pump track. It's actually 2 pump tracks, which is a smaller one that we call the Woodlands track. And then our World Championship track that we built to scale in hopes of having that World Championship track. So we have exactly what you mentioned, a kids track and an outdoor track. And based on their projections, that's where we get their data. And they have thousands of pump tracks throughout the world. They expect 250,000 visitors to be able to be here. This year, we project 100,000 visitors.
I love that you have the answers. Thank you.
Justin, anything for you?
How much is it going to cost to rent a bike, and for how long do they get the bike?
Yeah, I can let Yash would be great at answering this. I will just say, we definitely want to iterate on this. We really have been thinking about the model of non-bike ownership for communities like this. So we really want to partner with the community to figure out what is best. But I think Yash has these numbers for you.
Thank you for that question. We've looked at comparable companies across Inglewood as well as Los Angeles as a whole to estimate that on average, a kid's bike for 1 hour should be around $6 and an adult's bike should be around $10. This is significantly under what our competitors, especially those in Santa Monica, provide, because those are tourist destinations and not necessarily affordable for all people. And the reason we can service at this price point is because of our lower costs, our gracious donors, as well as our capital capabilities. So having a price point which is on the lower end works for us and would also help the community.
Okay, thank you.
Patrick?
Yeah. So I ride about 5,000 miles a year on my bike all around the world. So you don't have to convince me on the holistic benefits of cycling. What I'm wondering is, is this a local enterprise Is it a national enterprise? Is it a global enterprise? Because the benefits for me are global, having ridden all around the world. And do you have a sense of what's the cost of repeating what looks like a prototype you're building in Inglewood, that you've got the track, you're now building a revenue mechanism for the track. And can you, and congratulations, by the way, on raising $1.2 million to build the track. But is that repeatable?
Yes, thank you for that question. That's the perfect way to think about it, is that this is the prototype. So there's two things I think to that. Velo Solutions being their partner, they said that any pump track that they have around the world, so they have 75 just in the US. You mentioned that it is a global issue. Cycling is huge in Europe. 160 million people watch Tour de France. But this is a global idea. They said that we can build a grow cyclery, that we have access to their pump tracks around the world. So that would be partnering with them as well as cities, because we think public parks are the perfect place to do this. We have experience working with Inglewood, a premier city holding the Super Bowl. So we believe that we have the capability there. And I think that, that the other place, I don't know if you know Bentonville, Arkansas, but it's kind of this really big cycling destinations. The Walton family, the Walmart founders, they love cycling, and we've been in contact with them, and they're interested in using this model in Bentonville, and are interested in funding some of these ideas as well, to kind of that next step of the prototype, as you call it.
Great.
Anything else? Jesus?
Yeah, first, love the energy that you guys are bringing to this. It's awesome. And yeah, like Patrick said, you don't have to convince me that cycling is like, the way to go, because I'm a cyclist and love it. My nephew like lives at the pump track in Washington, and but yeah, so I've seen lots of benefits in him. But just a couple questions. So this new you guys called it like a lodge to the ski slope. Usually when I go to the ski slope and go to the lodge, it's pretty expensive. But you guys mentioned that it'd be affordable, and yeah, the rentals would be affordable. They sound, yeah, great prices. But what about like families that are on like food stamps and stuff like that really don't have that $10 for fun that day? Are there going to be programs for them and accessible to them, to be able to participate in like this thing? Cause like what I've seen in the past is like, yeah, it's like really cute, really fun place, but like and they pitch it towards like this, like it'd be cool, but then like it's not really accessible to them. So yeah, just curious on what you guys would do with that, or if you guys plan on doing like helping out those kinds of families.
Yeah, totally. That's a astute point. I love that everyone is a cyclist. Is amazing. But that's a super astute point. It's something that a lot of people miss. So at Grow, we really think about us having a holistic solution, because I think a lot of people just think about donating a bike, but where do you ride it and things like that. There's so many layers to the path. So one of the things that is unique to this place is having a Grow cyclery there, like a ski lodge, is that it's super, super desirable real estate. And so there's only a small amount of real estate. So when companies are very highly incentivized to provide us low cost materials, whether that's tools, whether that's apparel and things like that. So the margins are super high on that. And we also have services. We mentioned the kind of like the paint and sip for parents as well. So monetizing kind of the whole family, which then, because we don't think, I mentioned the idea of renting bikes instead of owning, because no matter how cheap a bike is, it's not cheap enough. Even if a bike costs $100, why should I have to pay $100 just to try out a bike for the first time? So that's where that $6 price point came in. And the way that we can afford that is because we're selling all of these super high margins. And because of the location that we're in, we're 5 miles away from Santa Monica, from Venice. And so we have this really distinct customer base where you have the 95% people of color in Inglewood, very culturally relevant city, who are pump track visitors, right? Like you will never be charged to go to the pump track. And so we can use these high margin items to then subsidize the low cost bike rentals while still making 52% profit margin on this. And so it's kind of this really nice way, because we have, again, like the low cost of companies wanting to advertise here, wanting to put their things here, have events here, and that's where the margin comes to subsidize the people that really need it, like you mentioned.
Got it. Yeah, thanks for sharing.
And can I add on to that, if you don't mind, Elliot? Our team has also talked about doing a program where we partner with, well, we already have partnered with Inglewood Unified School District. And so students could come at a specific time of the day and bring their student ID and get discounted or even really low cost bikes. And then also same goes with families who have parents in certain zip codes of the Inglewood Unified area. We were thinking of maybe even, cutting those costs down even more for people like that, since that is our initiative.
Wow, that's awesome. Great job, guys.
Louise?
I just have one other thought. I remember one of the judging some years ago, I think maybe 10 years ago or 8 years ago, there was a nonprofit whose name I don't remember, whose social enterprise was to fix bicycles. What?
Fleet Street.
Fleet Street. If they're still doing it, that would be a good partnership for GrowSight. No, not doing it.
No, so you and I should be like twins. I started that process too, because I thought so too. But they, at this moment, seem to have closed. I've been trying to reach them.
Well, but GrowCycle could do that as well. So let me just say, Elliot, and I'm sure Archie's already explained, but one of the other things you can do is offer a repair service, because I'm sure you have people around there that do own their own bikes, and having a really fun repair service where you can also help the local kids. And maybe some of those kids who can't afford the rentals, even at the low price you're offering them, could earn their way to opportunities.
I love that idea. Just to kind of give you our thoughts around that. There's a couple of big partners that we have. One is Shimano, which is, and one is SRAM, the two biggest component manufacturers in the world. And so
I know them. Yeah. Well, any cyclist does.
Yeah. Monopoly. Anyway, so not only will they be able to donate parts to the growth cyclery, but one of the ways that companies want to give back is giving their employees a way to contribute.
Yeah, exactly.
So we can have expert mechanics go to this place, and one of the reasons why we need it here is because of the lack of cycling infrastructure in Inglewood. There are no bike shops. And so if somebody from Inglewood were to travel to Santa Monica or Venice, they don't have the trust. I'm talking to somebody that I don't know. They don't know me. I don't look like them. We don't talk the same. And so that's why it's important for us to have that maintenance here. And I think the other kind of piece of that is our partner GT Bicycles. The CEO, he did this program with snow. And so he donated a bunch of bikes, which is a lot. GT is interested in donating a bunch of bikes for our fleet. And so they would train up these interns and things like that, and they could work their way into actually owning a bike. And so you can imagine this partnership that starts to take place where SRAM is actually the trainer of our own mechanics, and then they can then go into employment opportunities, work at SRAM, work at GT. And that's one of the things that we're really excited about, because, like I mentioned, that the bike, there's industry opportunities. You can be a designer or engineer. And I think that we have a really nice pathway into that. So that is one of the visions, is providing employment opportunities and internship connections with companies wanting to make that difference.
And also perhaps at some point to connect with homeboy industries to get to the gang kids could make a real significant difference in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I totally agree.
No more? All right, well, let's thank you. And we are now, let's acknowledge them. Come on.
Thank you, everyone.
Come on. Now going to Casa of Orange County.
Ashi, when is the bio break?
Well, my schedulers did not seem to put one. Would we like to take a bio break here?
Would that be all right for just 5 minutes?
Louise, I never will make enough money to repay or kindness to repay your kindness to us. Of course, we can take a bio break. We are now on bio break for 10 minutes. It is 10:19. I will see everybody back at 10:29. Business. Casa, you have the floor.
Thank you. Hello, judges. My name is Elise, and I'm here on behalf of court-appointed special advocates of Orange County. I am joined by my team and CASA board member, Colin Israel, who is here to tell you a little bit about CASA's mission.
Hi, everybody. Starting with the story, there I was sitting in the audience 10 years after deciding to volunteer as a court-appointed special advocate, watching my CASA kid, Michael, receive his high school diploma. Reflecting back, it's hard to believe how far he had come. Michael was 8 when the police came. It was midnight, his mom was high, and he and his 6-year-old sister had been beaten up by her boyfriend. He had 10 minutes to collect his things, throw them in a plastic trash bag, after which his life changed forever. I received 40 hours of training before getting paired with Michael. It didn't prepare me for the role that Michael needed me to play. Michael's new reality included a bunch of overworked and disconnected adults doing their best to fill a parental role. Michael's social worker had over 30 cases and was lucky to spend a couple hours per week focusing on his well-being. Michael was just a number in the system. There are 400,000 kids in foster care in the US. They get moved from home to home and shuffled between schools and social workers. They are all alone. In the first year after being placed in foster care, Michael was in his 3rd home, assigned to a 2nd social worker and attending his 2nd new school. He had a learning disability and suffered from abuse. He was 8 and just trying to survive. After I was sworn in as an officer of the court, Michael and I started the journey together. We met up almost every weekend. We went to the beach, to parks, the library, or just for walks. We talked about everything. I was the only permanent adult in his life. Like most kids, every week was a new chapter. For Michael, these could have been events with real and permanent consequences if he didn't have a CASA mentoring him. It was my job to ensure that his best interests were reflected in the decisions made on his behalf by adults that barely knew him. Michael was adopted by his grandparents when he was 14. We stayed in touch. I attended his graduation and cried when he accepted his diploma, and again when he left for college a few months later. Sometime after that, he told me that I was the only father that he had growing up, and he was my only kid. Children in foster care have a 58% high school graduation rate. With CASA volunteers, that jumps to 92%. 1 in 4 kids formerly in the foster care system become homeless within 1 year after emancipation, and 70% of the prison population have been in foster care at some point in their lives. Providing supervision and support to help volunteer advocates break the cycle costs about $4,000 per child per year. There are over 200 kids in Orange County alone that are on the wait list to receive a CASA volunteer. And we really believe this project will help raise money and awareness for this important cause.
Thank you so much, Colin, for sharing your and Michael's story. I think we can all agree that foster youth in this country deserve better. As Colin mentioned, many foster children are forced to carry their belongings in a trash bag when they move from placement to placement. This gave our team the inspiration for Foster Love, a line of essentials that everyone, including foster kids, need. Foster Love not only raises money for CASA, but it also supplies 1 item to a foster child for every item purchased. The first item we plan to launch is a tote bag, before expanding to backpacks, blankets, clothing, and beyond. We decided to partner with Love Bags, a retailer that creates high-quality, washable, and fashionable totes. Inside the bag will be an educational tag that shares CASA's mission and promotes volunteering. That QR code that you see will direct to CASA's website for people who are interested in learning more about volunteering. As it says on the tag, for every tote bag purchase, a duffel bag will be donated to a child in need to help foster youth ditch the trash bags and bring more dignity to the experience of moving from placement to placement. In addition to this immediate social impact of providing duffel bags to foster youth in need, our venture will also increase awareness of CASA, bringing in new volunteers to pair with the foster youth on CASA's waitlist. It will also raise significant funds to support child mentor activities, volunteer recruitment, training, and all the other things that CASA needs to continue its important mission. Thanks to the incredible CASA team and our partners, Foster Love is feasible.
Just really quickly to kind of come back to this. So Joe Rogers is the CEO of Love Bags. Love Bags will be providing a lot of the infrastructure that we need to do this task. And we expect with a lot of our collaboration partners, that will continue to be the case. Erica Peterson, the CASA's Chief Development Officer, myself and Love Bags are all going to leverage our community networks and our distribution channels to help market and distribute our first shipment. My expertise is in consumer products industry, and I have several retail and wholesale customers looking for philanthropic opportunities that will allow us to kind of further grow and develop this opportunity. CASA, the CASA network and Southern California business landscape provide Foster Love the unique opportunity to expand through collaboration. We can piggyback on our partners' established distribution channels. For example, Love Bags will feature our Foster Love totes in their e-commerce site and resell through their wholesale customers like Whole Foods and the Container Store. CASA and its board of directors have close ties with the community, including the Angels and the Chargers franchises. Foster Love hopes to sell co-branded totes at their retail stores and feature the bags as game day giveaways to all attendees. CASA has already introduced Foster Love to Kappa Alpha Theta, and 16 chapters are committed to buying over 1,700 bags as part of their philanthropy program. We expect the channel to expand nationally with Kappa Alpha Theta and hope to extend the channel to Greek chapters as well, to other Greek chapters. CASA of Orange County hosts multiple fundraising events annually, and we plan to sell the bags there as well.
Thank you, Colin. Let's now take a look at our financials. So we are asking for $28,000 to cover the initial costs of first-year product. Due to our partnership with Love Bags, costs are extremely low, as Love Bags will cover management, administration, storage, shipping, and distribution. This allows us to easily profit $40,000 in the first year. And I want to highlight that this is an extremely conservative profit estimate, as it only takes into account 2 distribution channels and 1 product. But we have plans for expansion far beyond that. As Colin mentioned, each year of advocacy costs $4,000 per child. So even with our conservative estimate, in the first year, we will cover the cost of advocating for 9 foster children in Orange County. This brings us to our 5-year plan. In year 2, we plan to partner with our existing sports team connections, as Colin mentioned, organizing some type of giveaway, which would be a significant bulk order. In year 3, we want to place the bags at smaller grocery store chains, some of which we already have established connections with through the board. And in year 4, we will expand to larger retail chains. As you can see, we will also add a new product each year, continuing the buy one, give one model to provide us more essentials to children in need, continuing our mission. This is Foster Love. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Let's acknowledge them. Jesus, why don't you start? Anything for you?
Yeah, thanks so much for sharing. Yeah, I have a big heart for kids and in supporting them at a young age and up until, you know, they're 18. I mean, always supporting people, but something that I have a question on that I heard a couple times is that you guys hope to sell at bigger stores and get into these like Container Store and expand to other partners. Is there a plan for that? Like, how do you guys plan on expanding or getting into these stores?
Yeah, I can answer that. So first of all, through most of our wholesale partners that we plan to work with, several of whom we've already talked to this idea about, they all have those retail connections. So Love Bags, for example, already has existing accounts with Whole Foods and a bunch of other grocery stores. So it's really easy to basically piggyback off those relationships to get into the stores. I consult for the consumer products industry. So I actually, REI is a customer. So I actually have a bunch of different companies that I work with directly, both as collaboration partners, but then also with retailers as well. So we have floated this idea by a few already, and I think it's more a matter of just kind of, managing the growth so that we keep it controlled.
Nice. That's awesome. That you're leveraging your background, your existing connections to make this happen. That's really cool. Thanks for answering that.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Louise? You gotta unmute though.
Sorry, they're crying in the background. It's babysitters here with my grandchildren. Okay. I don't understand this business model, and perhaps I just don't follow today. Are you is this really a strategic alliance for each of the retailers? And I think the brilliance here, if I'm understanding it, is to have a common brand, Foster Love, which I love the double entendre on the word foster, because fostering love is what we all need to do, as well as love for the foster market. But is this really that Foster Love is a brand, and you're now trying to incentivize somehow each of these major product companies to put your brand on their merchandise and put it through those channels? How does the money work here? That's what I'm not following.
Yeah, so this is a great question. So there's a few things that, this is a proven thing. So there's a couple different ways that we expect to have CASA benefit from this. So first of all, there's a sharing of revenue. So there's a profit margin, there's
So what is
collaboration.
that share?
We're buying stuff basically like with Love Bags as a partner and a pilot. We get product at cost. They have about a $2 markup that they're taking as kind of their own thing, and everything else goes to Foster Love. So that money then goes right back to CASA. So the profit margin goes to reinvestment and to margin directly to
That
CASA.
product is the product that you're selling through what channel that's not those stores?
Yeah, so that's kind of what we talked about. So the channels are, our e-commerce. So there's going to be through the CASA site, through CASA events, through the collaboration partner channels. So their wholesale retail channels. So their wholesale would go to like stores. The retail
So what
is
you're
through their
saying is,
e-commerce site.
sorry to interrupt, Colin. I know you're really experienced in this area.
Yeah,
Just want to
no
shortcut
worries.
it. So they're manufacturing the bags, Love Products is. They're designing them, you're picking which one you want to put your brand on. And they're putting it, in addition to giving it to you for your e-commerce site, and you sell it to your consumers and your board members and your networks, they're also putting it into their retail partners?
They're also selling it, yeah.
Okay,
And we're
and if
getting
what rev
a
share
cut off
do you
that.
get on that versus the rev share when it goes through your channels?
Yeah, so we're likely, and that's something we'll have to work out, but it's probably going to be a 50-50 share.
I doubt it.
With these guys, it will be. Joe's a personal friend, so that's part of this, is that they're doing that. Again, with all of these connections, what we're doing is this is a philanthropy event for these companies. So when they're collaborating and putting our brand on these products, the intent is not for them to make profit out of it. It's for them to be able to market that they're doing something and giving back to the community.
So this is like the Tom's Shoes model?
It's exactly like the Tom's Shoes
model. Okay. So, but in that case, it's Tom's social enterprise. It's not the charities. So what you've done that's brilliant is you've created an umbrella brand where all of these retailers can all support together, like United Way has done with corporate, right? It's really brilliant.
Yeah, with CASA then is the beneficiary.
Yeah. Okay. I understand now. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick? Patrick, you have to unmute.
It's giving me a chance to recover from
I
Luis's
say some
hard
of my best
questions.
stuff on me. Can you connect for me the unmet need of court-appointed special advocates and the selling of a tote bag to generate profit for something? I was really moved by your story, but then I sort of got lost how, how there needs to be more Collins and how this results in there being more Collins, or maybe that's not it.
So there's a couple pieces to how this really contributes directly to CASA. So the first thing is we're raising money, and it costs money to support every CASA advocate. So it costs about $4,000 per year per advocate. So any money that we raise directly goes to that. But the other big benefit to this consumer product strategy is the awareness that we build. So one of the hardest things is we have a wait list of volunteers, and that wait list is, a funding wait list. We've got to fund those volunteers, but we also have to identify and locate them. So the kind of marketing engine of Foster Love is really going to be dedicated to helping build awareness for CASA, and then in turn, money as well. So we're kind of, it's a two-pronged approach to really kind of bring people in. One of the things that Elise touched on that is really important to this also is that what we're doing is we're overlapping the product assortment that we provide with things that kids in foster care need. So that's why we started with the tote bag, is like, we want to replace the trash bag. It's really unfortunate that a kid gets thrown into the foster care system and the social worker gives them a black trash bag and says, throw anything you can in the next 10 minutes into there and off you go. And for us, that's like a very telling thing. But I think as we talk about expanding this, we've talked about school products, backpacks, other clothing, shoes, whatever it is, but things that basically each collaboration idea will really be about giving things to kids in foster care that they otherwise don't usually get. So that's kind of how those things kind of overlap.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah. And so I'm just saying, from a presentation standpoint, I kind of lost the hamburger in all the discussion of the French fries.
Gotcha.
Okay. I think, the compelling story here is the unmet need of kids having substantive relationships and how you're going to increase that. And then, and maybe I got stuck on the psychology of the tote. If the plan, and I think it is the plan to give those to the kids, because it seems to me like what these kids need is permanence. And when you give them a tote, it's like, well, here's a fancy bag to put your stuff in so you can carry it to wherever you're going.
You're still mobile. Yeah, you're not creating permanence with that.
Yeah, and so I would take a look at that and sort of say, is there some sort of sustaining need that you could provide that would be like, oh man, here's a first piece of permanence in this new relationship I've got with this cool person, that makes me feel a little more grounded, as opposed to, well, I'm more efficiently mobile.
It's a good point. Yeah.
And I have no idea what it is to be a foster kid and what the world looks like from them. It just sort of struck me from a marketing psychology standpoint of, is that really where you want to go?
Yeah. I mean, the answer is they desperately need support while they're in the process. And I think that's one of the missions of kind of the advocate, is providing that permanence and providing them some structure in this kind of messy whirlwind of crap that they have to deal with. The idea is that oftentimes these types of, material things, they get the hand-me-downs. They get whatever's in the shelter they're in or whatever.
Yeah, so I got it. So maybe the bag, which has a utilitarian purpose, is the packaging for something else that's more inside that is some permanence. of
Yeah, I like
like,
that.
wow, this is a bag to carry my new cool shoes that I've never had in my life, or whatever it is.
It's also like, I think, Patrick, what I would say is like the bag could denote going home or going on vacation or having someone care. Like there is a psychological system there where there's something else being fed. It's not a permanent home, but they could actually be putting their stuff to go home. It's a good place to look, though. I got you. Louise, you wanted to come back in here?
Well, I love what you said, Patrick, and it got me thinking, if you know who the mentor is, I'm sorry, Mr. Israel, I've forgotten
Yeah,
his first name, I'm not
Colin.
seeing it on the screen.
Yeah, no worries.
Colin, I'm sorry I spoke too quickly before. Anyway, I wanted to say, if you know who the foster parent's going to be at the moment you give them the bag,
Yeah, we don't.
could you put a little note from them in the bag or personalization somehow?
I really like the idea of the personalization. I think if you could give someone something that really makes it feel like it's theirs and it's
Yeah.
not just a swag
Yeah.
giveaway, I think that's a
Yeah.
really, really neat special touch. I
And
think the
that gets
story
to
behind that.
Patrick's point about
Yeah.
permanence.
No, I love that
Something
idea.
that's really that is theirs. And the other thing, the idea is to do you remember there was that toy, the Cabbage Patch Kid?
Mm-hmm.
And the thing about them is you adopted them. Could depending on the age of these children, could they have a doll in the bag that they could adopt and make their own and play with and make a life about?
You know, that sounds like a great idea for another collaboration idea. You know, to do something where you actually do build, like you give them a toy or stuffed animal or something that's
Well,
part of it. I think
particularly a child. So I've got 9
Yeah.
grandchildren now. What I've noticed with the grandchildren is that the children, once they get to be 2 years of age or 3 years of age, they own a particular doll. Like, and that's true for boys as well. There's a particular doll or stuffed animal that's theirs.
Yeah, it's their blankie or it's whatever
Yeah,
it is, but it
that's
is,
right.
and that's actually one of the things we talked about expanding into pretty quickly is kind of the next product would be a blanket. And
Cool.
you know, that's along those lines, something that's a security thing that's theirs that they take with them, that provides warmth but also security. So
But an animal, or
it's
I'm going to
really
go back
cool.
to that and pushing it.
Yeah, I
An
love it.
animal, the beanie bags, beanie babies, or some little animal, depending on how the child feels, they create imaginary play with that character and they
Totally.
talk with them.
And security,
They're a
like
person to them. It's
amazing.
like they've got their
Yeah.
family.
No, I love that idea. I think that's a great idea.
Okay. Just because I don't want to be here for dinner, and you can take notes all day. Louise can come up with ideas faster than we can. And by the way, you should steal all of that. And
Oh, we will.
the advocate, how long is an advocate with the child?
It depends. It's usually about a minimum of a 2-year commitment. For me, it was close to 5 years, where Michael was I was an advocate for 5 years.
So you could actually, Louise, how about this? I'm going to reach back into yours. You could put a message or an envelope, a card from the advocate to the child.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah. So
the challenge is timing of when those advocates get, like the kid goes into foster care and then they get on the wait list. So we have this 200 child wait list. So it could take months to get there. And we want to start to provide that support right away.
Maybe you could put a little voice chip in there that they can talk and the system will know which advocate it is. I think
there's some fun stuff there. Yeah. I love the ideas here.
It sounds stupid, but I don't think you have to even personalize it to I think the problem is not knowing who the advocate is going to, which kid gets what advocate.
But we can
and I think you could do the same thing and go from CASA Advocacy, I'm Colin, and I may not be your advocate, but from all of us to you have family.
But from a business perspective, correct me if I'm wrong, have you got a slide here which shows how much revenue you think you're going to generate from this over what period of time?
Yeah, we do have a slide. And this is just, obviously, we took a really conservative approach to this. So we're doing kind of a slow growth, kind of an organic growth with, just launching 1 or 2 products to start. But we really do feel like this has the ability to be a Tom's Shoes, where I could have an assortment or a line of products. There's really no reason that we can't grow it to that. We have the ability to market directly. We could do collabs, but we can also do things on our own, and there's no reason this can't be a Tom's Shoes.
Well, so what's your annual budget?
Elise, I'll let you jump in here.
For the whole charity, CASA, how
Oh,
big
for
is it?
CASA. Matthew, do you want to jump in on that one?
Sure. How our overall budget was the question?
Yeah.
Yeah, your annual 990 revenue.
Yeah, it's 5.6 million for this fiscal year that we're in right now.
So I think you should be aiming this at least 10% of that, so about 500,000. So if this was a real business plan, I would be looking for something growing to 500,000, not 90,000. And what would that take? And I would be asking that question.
Yeah, I think we could scale to that pretty easily. Like
What time frame?
And
how much more investment?
Yeah, I mean, I off the top of my head, I could probably say we could get there in 5 years pretty easily. If I think about normal growth, the investment, obviously, like the seed investment is for 1 product and it's for a limited number of products. But as we start thinking about branching into the Angels, the Chargers, and some of those channels where we have these big product channels, I think we can actually grow it pretty quickly. We have the channels of distribution. We also actually have the channels to create an assortment of products. So we can do it pretty quickly. Now, as far as investment goes, cash flow is huge in consumer products, obviously, because in a lot of cases, you have to put the money down before you actually receive the revenue, 3 or 6 months later. So we'll have to definitely figure that out. But I'd say that, to run the numbers, if we wanted to get to 500,000, we'd probably need a $250,000 cash investment each year to get there.
Okay, I need to move us on. I want to check in with Justin. Is there anything for you?
No, I think all my questions have been answered already, so we'll we can move on. Yeah. Thank you though. Great idea.
Jesus?
Nope, good.
Okay, good. Let's acknowledge them. Okay, because I want to make sure that somebody gets a lunch today. Arts of Life. You're on the floor.
Hello, we are with Arts of Life. Next slide, please. Picture this, a high school student graduates and the world opens up to them. College, work, travel. However, if you have an intellectual or developmental disability in Illinois, you face a cliff. On your 21st birthday, you graduate from the special education system and you enter a lottery to receive services like job training, adaptive equipment, and community housing. The current wait time for that lottery is 60 months. Right now, tens of thousands of young adults without family resources are isolated, lonely, and rapidly losing the life skills they learned in school. And once they receive those benefits, they must live in poverty to retain them. We believe everyone should have access to meaningful careers. Through our studios, community partnerships, and in-home programs, we support the artistic career development of more than 70 artists. Artist Caroline Chung shared, "At Arts of Life, I found people like me. I guess I thought no one liked me. I can be myself here. If I do something outside, other people are like, what are you doing? At Arts of Life, we don't question. We create opportunity. Our venture will further increase the recognition and personal wealth of our artists while also creating a much needed new revenue stream to support our programs." Next slide.
From our research, we came to the conclusion that Arts of Life needed a collaborative and creative venture. That is why we took a different approach in bringing 2 ventures together in order to assess the different wants and needs of the artists within this organization. So first, we will incorporate new revenue streams and digital exposure for artists through the creation and sale of NFTs, which are founded on the principle that digital content, like physical goods, produce scarcity. For corporate prints, this business plan involves selling high-quality prints of artwork by these artists to corporate clients nationwide. These prints will be used to showcase the artists' unique styles and amplify their exposure on a larger scale. Each of these pictures we are looking at include real paintings from Arts of Life artists, and these artists will gain a percentage of these earnings from the NFT and corporate print sales. Next slide, please. So for our corporate prints venture, we will be targeting corporate entities, including hotels, offices, real estate firms, and other corporate entities like that, as they often buy prints to decorate their facilities. We currently have a few leads from the Arts of Life board, with MasterCard being our most promising lead, following with Uber Freights and BDO. In Chicago, our prices are being showcased, pieces and being showcased in Bank of America branches, demonstrating national recognition and feasibility. Purchasing these prints offer affordable decoration options while supporting these artists. Our target audience includes those who value community involvement and have a history of bulk buying art from similar organizations. In addition, we aim to capture the market of millennials, with 23% collecting NFTs and art enthusiasts interested in the arts tech intersection. Both corporate prints and NFTs show significant growth potential at 8.5% and 34% respectively. This presents an opportunity for impactful engagement in inclusive community projects. Join us in leveraging art for social change. Next slide, please. In terms of competitors, the NFT market is very fragmented, which opens up an opportunity for a larger known brand like Arts of Life to enter and take advantage of the rise of social impact investing. Arts of Life is also having their 25th anniversary next year and can take advantage of this by selling exclusive NFTs tied to the anniversary. In terms of corporate prints, Arts of Life would do better by targeting more Chicago-based companies because, one, Arts of Life already has an established presence in Chicago, and two, it's a city that really embraces and champions art. Arts of Life also already has corporate connections on their board of directors with companies like MasterCard and Uber Freight. Next slide, please. Thank you. In terms of business strategy, we really wanted to focus on the power of community building for the markets that we're targeting. Our first step is to build community, increase word of mouth, and increase Arts of Life's physical presence in Chicago. Our team was already able to secure a partnership with a local coffee shop where we can promote the art and NFTs as well. Building an online presence is also important for our venture. Arts of Life is currently working on a digital archiving platform, and we plan on utilizing that to enhance their online presence. It's also really important to build a digital community with NFTs by sending newsletters to update investors on where their money is going. Additionally, our business strategy has low fixed costs because of the facilities Arts of Life already has, including a high quality camera for the art. And as the venture grows in the future, we plan to scale it accordingly and bring some outsourcing operations to in-house. These low initial costs allow us to really focus on marketing initiatives in the beginning to make sure we're really able to capture those potential customers. Next slide, please. So for our financial projections, here is our profit projection for years 1 to 3. It splits between corporate prints and NFTs. This includes a summary of the total revenue, costs, total profit, and gross margin for our NFTs and corporate print operations, which you can reference in more detail in the packet provided to you. Print sales may lag initially due to our marketing focus, but we anticipate 50 monthly sales after month 3, sold at $150 each, totaling around $60,000 annually. NFT revenue, including secondary sales, adds a projected $18,000 for year 1. Total revenue is estimated at just over $78,000, with costs around $48,000, yielding nearly $30,000 gross profit in year 1 with a 38% margin. With an increase in marketing and most variable costs like artist commission and production outsourcing, year 2 sees increasing costs and artist commission and revenue, maintaining a similar gross margin percentage as year 1 at 34%. And we project just under $70,000 in total profit. In year 3, in-house print production starts initially adding significant fixed costs, but promising long-term cost savings and margin increases following the third year. Next slide, please.
This is where you come in. For the corporate prints, funding is needed for marketing efforts that will gather paying clientele. For the NFTs, funding is needed for upfront fixed costs, influencer and community marketing, donor communications, etc., which will be essential to draw attention to the story behind the venture and the value of these NFTs. Next slide, please. Our team is more than equipped to take on this venture. Denise Fisher will ensure this project incorporates the artist through our culture of collective decision-making. Vincent Uribe will oversee project management for both the corporate prints and NFTs. I will engage community through clear and creative communications. David Warren will provide the NFT expertise. With your investment, together, we can foster the independence, professional growth, and personal wealth for artists who are so often overlooked. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Okay. Justin.
Yeah, great presentation. I love the idea. I just wonder, maybe I thought that the NFT market's kind of declined, at least like with respect to NFT that's just purely art. I know like sometimes NFTs will be paired with some ancillary benefits, and there's some appeal with those still. But I feel like, just based on what I've read, that the kind of just general art collecting NFT market has kind of declined. Have you factored that in to these numbers?
We actually have. Yeah, that's one of the questions that we've had throughout this process for our venture. And that's a great question, because we've talked to multiple different people about, like NFT experts and their projections for how the market, what the market's looking like. And that's why we brought this idea to fruition, was the merging of the NFTs and the corporate prints, because with the NFTs, we've found some, like one of our experts has said there's less of, a draw from the NFT collector space, and more so like a combination of those people with those who want to involve themselves with nonprofits and just purchasing prints for, screensavers for their websites, or being able to use it for some sort of, in the same nature that corporate prints would be used. And we found that, the NFTs are a really great way to do that. And through that research, we've decided that the corporate prints would be a really great way to cushion that blow, just in case we don't see as much in the first year, but that's what we're looking at. So thank you.
Yeah, and then kind of related to that too. So corporate prints, I get, but why not also just kind of general consumer prints? Because especially if you're trying to put these up in coffee shops and build the community and tell the stories, it feels like that would like cause just non-corporate entities to want to purchase his art as well.
For sure.
So, yeah.
To my knowledge, and I can let anybody jump in here, but to my knowledge, I know that Arts of Life already sells personal prints to people, like that picture that you see in the thank you slide. That is actually at a studio where they, individually purchase art. Customers can just walk in and purchase it for their home. They haven't, they've worked with similar companies before that do the outsourcing for like arts. It's called Arts Lifting, and it does what we're looking at doing ourselves, which is selling corporate prints to corporate entities. And essentially, we have noticed that a lot of corporate entities like the idea of having, more of a meaningful background to the decorations that they put in their offices. And so that's why we wanted to target that specifically, because we look at these artists as just professional, artists that need to have some visibility with wherever they can get it. So
gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Louise?
I have a suggestion for the presentation, should you get chosen, and that is to add in the social impact for the artists that you're projecting in the revenue as well.
Okay.
So there's a very big organization called Art Storefronts. It's an e-commerce website. that's B2B with artists, and I think you could reach out to them and see whether they would partner with you. It would be a mechanism by which, and they are very experienced at marketing digital art, but they offer, the reason I set up my own art on there, basically they give each artist a shop. And the cost, you'd have to work out some deal with them, but the and probably maybe as a social enterprise, they might do that. They're big now, they're based in Texas, but they represent hundreds of thousands of artists. And what they're offering is a platform which is completely easy to operate from the artist's perspective, and it offers them a way to reach consumer or businesses with print on demand in all formats, from small format to museum quality printing and mounting and framing.
That's perfect. Yeah.
So it's called Art Storefronts.
Thank you very much. That's
Sure.
That's a great segue into what we could use in the future. So thank you very much. That always helps.
I'm a little bit also down on the NFTs, but I guess it's because I probably just don't really understand them. I understand the idea of watermarking digital art so that when people buy it, they make sure that it's real.
Would you like me to kind of explain a little more if that's...
Well, I don't understand. What I don't understand is why someone would buy an NFT without buying the print.
The physical painting itself?
Yeah.
So NFTs are, it's digitized artwork using high quality cameras or scanners. So they're stored on what's called a blockchain, which is essentially just a huge database for things like cryptocurrency and stuff. And specific to NFTs, you use that blockchain platform for minting the NFTs, which makes it it's like a certificate almost that says that you
can't.
No,
I understand what it is technically, but what I don't understand is the psychology. You're saying that people will have like digital art frames?
Yeah, essentially.
I see.
Yeah, it's that's the point of those, like minting, if that makes sense. Even the process of like hearing that you get it minted in itself is the exclusivity of it. That's the huge reason why NFTs are, to my knowledge, they were very popular at that very,
So from the artist's perspective, is there only one NFT for each piece of art?
Well, that is a great question. There's an array of different types of NFTs that you can do. Most of the time they are singular, but you can also do kind of like the prints, so to speak, and only produce a certain amount of tokens for that artwork. So you can do like 100, 500.
So you can do limited edition on NFTs. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. And you can scale that out however much you want, or you can draw it back as much as you want, just to, take away from exclusivity. And that kind of goes into the question of if NFTs are even as valuable. I think it is because of that reason of being able to choose, how much you want to interact with the market, if that makes sense. So
can I also add that a huge reason why we chose NFTs is that there's like a community element to NFTs, because there's like exclusivity with like how many NFTs we sell. You're joining kind of like a community when you purchase an NFT, and it's like a lot of artists like to like have a community with their investors, either through like Discord or like newsletters, to like let them know like where this money is going to, because like it's like signing almost like a contract when you buy one through like certification. And so a huge part of that is that like we want to build Arts of Life's like digital community more, because they don't really have that right now. They're just like a presence in Chicago.
So what's the total addressable market of all the corporates in Chicago that could potentially buy your prints?
Well, I can answer that. Right now, I don't have an exact number, but I know that there are several headquarters in Chicago that have offices there. And I think that that's, you know, upwards of 500 offices to 1,000 offices of mid-level to larger companies. And you know, that doesn't just stop it there. You know, there's also a bunch of hotels in Chicago as well. So there's a pretty large market in Chicago alone, but it doesn't also just have to be in Chicago. It could start in Chicago, but it can go from there. That's the whole point, is we want to reach as many people as possible. So, but thank you.
Okay, Patrick.
Yeah, and so we started out talking about, I think, the deficiencies of social services for behaviorally challenged individuals in Illinois, and that some segment of those individuals are artists who, given those challenges, don't have access to the market for their art. And so what we're doing is we're creating essentially a channel to market for this small population of individuals. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So with regard to your financials, you're stopping at the gross margin line. I know you've provided financial information to us. I unfortunately didn't have time to review it. Can you just give me a sense of what the net margin is and what part of that the artists get?
Yeah,
or where the artist compensation is built into the P&L?
Yeah, so that was something that we did originally when making the whole breakdown. The net margin is looking to be around like 30 to 35%. The third year is a little bit less, but that's only because we have we're looking at like implementing some outsourcing to go to in-house. So those are just some costs that will be brought on then. As for the artists, I would say we look around 5 to 10% of each sale that gets given to the artist. So if we sell, let's say, you know, $150 each for each painting, and we sell for one hotel, they purchase 200 or 300 of them, they would get around 5 to 10% from that specific sale.
So I just want to go back to your financial slide where you were showing gross margins of between mid 30 to high 30%. Is there not SG&A expenses below that line, or are we calling net margin gross margin here?
Sorry, it cut out for the last two parts.
Yeah. So what I'm looking at traditionally is the top of a P&L, and below the gross margin line or the gross profit line, there are SG&A expenses, and then you get a net margin.
Mm-hmm.
So are we using the term gross margin creatively, or is the bottom half of the financials missing?
I'm pretty sure the artist commission and the SG&A are incorporated in the cost above.
So did we not provide the judges with full sets of financials?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, we got them last night, and so, you know,
I didn't get them.
Okay.
So Rob, I don't know why you're off camera. Can you send the copy of the financials over to Luis, please?
Yes, I can.
Yeah,
So
I'm
it
just
wasn't
trying to get a
included.
sense of, you know, ballpark what the net margin percentage is after all of your sales, general, and administrative expenses.
Mm-hmm.
Someone going to answer?
I don't know the exact net margin right now. I'm just pulling up the financials, but I would say they're probably, what would you say the typical net margin is? Because the gross margin looks around similar to what I would assume the net margin looking like from what I can remember to when we were making the financial projections.
Yeah, I couldn't begin to tell you what it would look like. But you should have some sense, you know, if you're asking someone to give you $30,000, you should have some sense of what the net operational profit of the venture is.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Justin, anything for you?
I already asked my questions, but I'm
Jesus?
Yeah.
No, yeah. What Luis said about just a comment. Yeah, I would love to in the presentation see a little bit more how the artists are being impacted. And yeah, that would go a long way for me. And then similar to Justin, yeah, just see the NFT market going down. And but you guys already answered that, so appreciate it. And thanks for sharing, guys.
Thank you.
Let's acknowledge them. Come on, be nice. Okay. And next we have Jacinto.
My name is Owen, and I'm here with Christine from Sustento. Today we'll be presenting our Snap and Nourish program. So we all know about the American dream. For many of us, we might define this as getting a great job, buying a house, or even being able to take care of our families. But for some Americans, their dream is just to be able to live a healthy life. And when we think of healthcare, we think of going to the doctor and taking medicine that makes us better. But we often forget all of the other factors that impact a person's health and well-being, like having access to healthy foods in your fridge. And this isn't a challenge that a few Americans face, it's millions. At Sustento, our work serves individuals who are homeless, jobless, and hopeless. And we want to address the challenges that they face in not only accessing, but paying for healthy foods. With doctor-approved grocery lists and transportation to grocery stores, we can drastically improve the outcome of patient lives and restore hope for their dreams.
It's a startling statistic, but there are over 44 million of Americans who struggle with hunger and are unable to access and pay for healthy foods. These individuals face so many other barriers and challenges in leading healthy lives that having access to healthy foods shouldn't be one of them. This is where we want to come in and make a difference. By leveraging federal programs as well as nonprofit partners, we can help these individuals gain critical access to healthy foods while also utilizing double the SNAP benefits. The organization behind this work is Sustento. We are a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and our mission is to help frontline healthcare workers save lives. And our vision is that no one falls through the cracks of the healthcare system. Our team has expertises in public health, technology, and design, and we pilot and scale innovative public health solutions that tackle all aspects of health, because we understand that healthcare goes beyond just medical care. Our clinic network has demonstrated a high need for solutions addressing food insecurity. Of the 5,500 free and charitable clinic patients that we surveyed, 82% reported facing food insecurity. With our proposed venture, we have the potential to scale our solution to over 1,400 free and charitable clinics across the country and reach over 2 million patients.
So SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, is really focused on helping low-income families by supplementing their grocery budgets. And the program ensures that families can afford the food they need to stay healthy and nourished. The Gus Schumacher Initiative was a program approved under the 2018 Farm Bill and aims at increasing the quality of groceries by providing SNAP-based incentives in order to increase the chance that families and individuals will purchase fruits and vegetables and even compensate them for transportation costs to a clinic or a store. An example of these incentive programs is a nonprofit organization called Wholesome Wave. They use private funding and donations to double the SNAP value for consumers who purchase fruits and vegetables at partner stores and farmers markets. So our venture idea is to offer a federally recognized patient produce prescription program under the 2018 Farm Bill. Sustento, in partnership with Wholesome Wave, would provide the patient base and clinic network. Our clinics would identify patients that face food insecurity and be responsible for screening and enrolling them in the prescription service. Once at the clinic, patients will receive a fruit and vegetable prescription and are referred to a participating grocery store or farmer's market where they can double the value of their SNAP points with authorized purchases.
The healthcare providers at our clinics have deeply trusting relationships with the patients that they serve, and they also have local knowledge and connections to grocery stores and farmers markets in the communities that they serve. This makes them the perfect partners for our venture to help ensure that their patients are enrolled in these benefits and connected to healthy foods.
In turn, this would increase foot traffic and overall sales at partner locations. And we would agree to a small revenue split in which 10% of the sale value is given back to the purchaser in the form of a discount, and 5% is a cut for Sustento to help run the venture. And for financials, we estimate an average value of a prescription purchase at the store to be around $9.50, which would generate an average revenue of $144 per clinic per month, assuming 300 referred patients. This represents the cost of a basket of apples, oranges, broccoli, and carrots. And additionally, many of the marketing and implementation costs are already covered by Wholesome Wave, leaving Sustento really with just operational costs like salary for employees in order to run the venture. And while our main goal isn't necessarily to get federal grant funding, there does exist a viable grant channel under the Gus Schumacher initiative.
As for our business strategy, in year one, we'll plan to start small with one clinic and one local preferred grocer. Starting small will allow us to validate our model before expanding in year 2 to 3 to the rest of Sustento's 85 clinic network. And later, we have the goal by year 5 to expand our venture to 1,200 free and charitable clinics across the country. With this scalable model, we anticipate that in year 1, we'll have earnings of $1,730, $150,000 by the end of year 3, and with the potential to earn $2 million by the end of year 5, reaching those 1,200 clinics. Sustento has a competitive advantage in this domain because we have a strong track record of developing models that can be scaled nationally across our clinic network. We also know that our network has a very high need for this solution. Our patient base is also relatively untouched. Many of the patients that these clinics serve do not have proper access to technology and aren't currently enrolled in benefits like SNAP. And so by enrolling their patients in this program, we can help ensure that those patients have a high conversion to SNAP. Lastly, over the past 2 years, Sustento has developed a working relationship with Uber, and we can help patients overcome any transportation barriers that they may face with subsidized rides to access grocery stores or farmers markets. The team behind this proposed venture is led by our CEO and founder, Joe Agoda, who has over 15 years of experience in public health and communication technology, working at companies like the CDC, the World Food Program, and United Nations before founding Sustento. We also have Jenny Liang, who is Sustento's Chief Innovation Officer, who has over 7 years of experience as an innovation expert, educator, and scientist. And lastly is myself, Christine Hong. I am Sustento's Program Director and a public health practitioner by trade, with an MPH from Columbia specializing in program design.
Our venture at Sustento is a beacon of hope dedicated to social good and transformative change. That is why we are requesting a $20,000 donation to offset Sustento's team efforts on the project for 1 quarter to begin resource mobilization with the goal of raising $125,000 for a pilot program.
With this critical initial funding and investment, we have the ability to scale the solution and address food insecurity for millions. And with the support of funders like you, we have the potential to create a brighter and more just future, allowing everyone to achieve their American dream. Together, let's make a difference. Thank you.
Awesome. Which of my judges would like to go first? I have lost my judges, so there we go. Louise, I should have just said Louise. I don't have to see. I know her hand's gonna
Well,
be.
I mean, unless somebody else wants to go first, I'll give somebody else a turn.
No.
Okay. Well, this one I have some questions on, and maybe I'm not understanding. Can we go back to the slide where it said the projected revenue starting with one clinic, scaling? 1,730 per year. And then let's go forward to the slide where it says what investment you need. So you need $20,000 to do the first clinic, is that correct? And it's going to produce $1,000, and then you need $125,000 to do the last phase, which is 2 million, or the middle phase? Could you clarify?
So the total for year one is 125,000, and that's to run a pilot program with one clinic to validate the model. And then in years 2 and 3, we plan to expand to our total clinic network, excuse me, of 85 clinics. That's going to do revenue of about 70. Oh.
Understood. So with the one clinic, what is the revenue model for the one clinic?
So we're assuming an average patient base per month, 300, and at around 50 cents a patient, that's $1,730 a year. But if you scale that to our 85 clinics in Sustento's network, that's 150,000 in revenue.
A year?
Yes, a year, assuming 300 patients.
And how much money do you need to get there?
So the first year represents the pilot of 125,000, and then the costs after that for personnel largely scale with the amount of clinics that we have to work with. But for reference, in years 2 to 3, we're assuming that to work with 85 clinics, it's going to be around $250,000 for a whole team, which is pretty in line with what Sustento has run for federally recognized programs
So
in the
let's
past.
go back to the first chart again. So those 85 clinics are going to produce 150,000 per year, but you're spending $250,000 a year to do that. I'm not understanding what the business potential is.
Right. We don't expect to be net income positive until year 4 when we scale nationally. But the point of kind of like really working with our 85 clinics is to make sure that the model is ready to go. And once that 85 clinics is up and ready, as soon as our break-even number is 300 clinics, and we do have a engagement with the National Association of Free and Charitable Clinics. So we're very confident that we can scale it nationally. And as soon as we hit 300 clinics, that's our break-even number. And after that, we expect to be net income positive after year 4 and into year 5.
Okay, and how much will you then be generating per year?
So that does depend on how many clinics we expect to reach. But for example, we're assuming that in year 5, we've reached 700 clinics nationally, and that would be around 1.3 million in revenue. But our cost to run it at the national level, assuming around 500 to 1,000 clinics, would be around 490,000. So a net income margin of a little less than half.
Well, I'm sure Patrick will agree with me. I've never seen a business that has a net margin over 20% unless they're a technology business, not a service-based business.
So it really depends on how many clinics that we're optimistic about reaching in the end. But as long as that number is over 300, we will be net income positive. So it's really between like 12 and 50%.
It seems to me this is a government program. This is not an investable strategy. because the number of years to get there is so long and the risks involved are so high.
So I want to inject, and just because I want to be in partnership, Louise.
Yeah.
Go where your split is.
Excuse me?
Go to where you're splitting the money.
Oh, yes, we expect to take 5% of the sale value, so
Yeah,
that could potentially be returned to investors.
Yeah, can you go to the slide where you have that, please? Whoever has the slides. I'm going to ask Louise something. When you have experts at your hand, you use their brain power because it's better than yours. So
I love what you're trying to do. I'm just trying to figure out how you make it affordable.
Well, that's what I'm about to ask you. So they're anticipating, I don't know why I can't get to the slide where it's splitting the money, which is slightly annoying, just so everyone
Sorry,
knows.
I'm not controlling the slides, but
I
if
understand
we could
whoever
go to
has
the
control of
back
whoever
one.
has control of the slides. They're expecting to get a percentage of money back. That's still not it, but maybe it is.
Right
Well, there you go. So they're keeping 5% and giving 10% to the patient. And I'm wondering if we flip those and it would double the amount of money coming in, but the patient got 5%, but they're already getting double SNAP. So they're getting double use of their money and a 5% discount. Then by switching and giving Sustento the 10%, we would double their numbers. Does that move us enough where we need to go?
No. Yeah, I think just based upon what we've discussed, in the first 2 years, the venture is going to lose $300,000 and you're raising 20,000. So that's a red flag for me that says you haven't done the math.
Right.
I mean, and this is the mother of all hockey stick growth curves. And it may be supported by fact, but building an organization that fast at that scale is going to eat cash. And so from my perspective, it's like, why aren't you asking for millions? Because my sense is it would take that much to get to where you're producing profit, which doesn't necessarily mean you're producing cash that you'll need to grow the business. So
we are expecting over $500,000 by years 4 and 5 to simply run it. But while we're not looking for federal grants and money, there are pipelines for that under the Schumacher Initiative, and they put out $50 million a year in funding for programs like Sustento and Wholesome Wave in partnership to kind of run these things. So that is a viable channel that is there, but we aren't necessarily seeking grant funding, but that is a possibility.
I think what Patrick's saying, Owen, and what I'm saying is that this needs to be done at a national scale, because what you're really doing is making the SNAP program meet and reach the people it needs to reach. And so I think you go and you appeal to the federal government to give you a little slice of the SNAP program to make it more effective. This is not an investable, I'm sorry to say it that way, but it's just what I feel.
Yeah, so I want to go to the Sustento team. I want to make sure that it's clear. What she's saying is that
Patrick's saying the same thing, I think.
Yeah. No, this is not a pushback. This is what she's telling you is that an individual or group investment wouldn't make this fly. What would make this fly is a contract with the federal government to push it forward nationally, not in a regional. So what she's saying is, like, it's not that it's not a social enterprise, because really what's there is that your customer would be the federal government, but that as individuals or as companies, we couldn't afford to push this over the limit at the profit ratios that you're currently showing.
And you might be able to do a grant proposal to one of the big, food, I don't know who funds these kinds of programs. I can't remember them off the top of my head, but there are organizations, foundations, I don't know if it's United Way or if it's one, they look for things like this, which are going to impact the country. and where they can maybe provide the seed funding that gets you to the point where you've got your proof of concept, a few $100,000, and then you take it to the government. I mean, I don't know enough about that, but I do have a friend in Los Angeles that has done a lot of these, based in Long Beach, and I will hook you up with them if it's not my expertise.
Yeah, one of the other places I actually am, and I don't know that we did it on, was I told you to check with Publix or
Ingalls.
IGA. The large, yes, Ingalls, the large chains may have some way of contributing. But
it's possible a grocery store chain wants to take this on for public service. Is
that's
that
what I
you're
was
saying?
just telling them. You and I
Yeah,
are twins.
yeah.
That's IGA and the Publix and stuff. Exactly what I was telling them. You and I are twins.
Taking a page out of the foster love program.
Yeah, I think just from a pure presentation standpoint and to sort of soften Louise's assessment, you're telling us you're going to take a trip from Los Angeles to New York, but you're only asking for the gas money to get to Riverside. And with no explanation of how you get the gas to make the rest of the trip, no one's going to want to go on the trip because no one wants to get stuck in Riverside.
Yeah, the thought process initially was just to make sure we get it right before we scale nationally, but in order to get it right, it does represent a large upfront cost. So it's banking on being a national program, but we are at the end of the day very confident that it can scale nationally, but that would require getting it right with at least one clinic.
Yeah. So you've got to be able to explain that in your presentation.
Yeah. Well, what does getting it right look like? Like, how do you guys determine success with the first location?
I will let Christine answer that, who's a program coordinator.
Yeah, absolutely. So for us, we do these types of scaling models. We've done it with COVID. We've done it, for other public health areas. And so for us, this type of scaling model is an expertise of ours. We'll start with one clinic to make sure we are training the providers correctly, the patients are actually accessing the foods, the workflow in the clinic and for the patient are as seamless as possible. Then we scale to our broader network. So that's where we test to make sure that the model works for a diversity of clinics. Urban, rural, big, small, we make sure it works for the broader sense of our network. Then once we have kind of the model and the model finalized, then we're in a position to scale it nationally. So we've done something very similar for COVID, for the COVID-19 vaccines. And just to maybe go back to what Owen was saying a little bit earlier, previously how our models have worked is we will secure either a federal grant, a foundation grant, and that's how we test the model. So that's how we do the initial one clinic. But it's showing our ability to get that model right, that we're then able to bring in national partners, grocery store chains, etc. And once they see that our model works, that's when we're able to get the investment. So the initial ask is for that first pilot, with the hopes of being able to go after, more varied sources of funding once we're able to scale.
Got it. Do you guys have any metrics of like what that first location would be? Like, yeah, you guys mentioned training and then like after that scaling and making sure that things flow right, which is like good, but like any metrics to like maybe talk to like to see if the money may make sense?
Yeah, Owen, I'll pass that one to you unless, you want to tackle one first.
I guess from a financial perspective, making sure we get it right at year one is seeing if that patient base that we've been in contact with clinics, like they're receptive to going to the grocery store and utilizing the SNAP benefits. So if we're very confident that on average, we're getting 300 patients a month that are giving us 50 cents, that's kind of a step in the right direction. But if we see that we're not really getting the retention and we're getting far less than 300 patients who are really making the trip to the store to use those SNAP incentives, then that would be a red flag. So I guess that's probably from a financial perspective, the biggest like indicator of whether or not this is going in the right direction.
Cool, thanks. Yeah, these are hard questions, so great job answering all of them, guys.
Okay, Justin?
I think all my questions have been answered, so I'm good.
Oh,
I just want to say I really hope that you really get this done because it's so needed.
Thank you, and we appreciate the feedback. Food insecurity is always a topic everyone, talks a lot about, but it definitely does not get the federal recognition that it needs. So that's kind of where we're coming from on Sustento's side to solve the issue.
There is a big charity, I don't know if you work with them, Save the Children, that works a lot with this food insecurity. They might be interested. Maybe they've got some, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll look into that. I'm not sure what Sustento's federal partners are now, but that could also be a good thing to look into for us too.
Okay, let's acknowledge them. I want to make sure that we're almost at lunch when we're supposed to go to lunch. And what we've got right before lunch is Homeless Not Toothless. This will be our last before lunch.
Sorry, do we just go whenever?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, today we're presenting for Homeless Not Toothless, providing free and quality dental care to the underserved and disadvantaged. My name is Alejandro Pullum, and I'd like to introduce you to the founder, Dr. Jay Grossman.
Hi, my name is Dr. Jay Grossman. After I completed a tour of duty as a dental officer in the United States Navy, I opened my private dental practice in Brentwood, literally walking distance from the VA hospital. And I'm sure many of you have seen this scene before on that street corner and many street corners throughout the United States, where it says, "I'm a veteran, will you help?" And I was really conflicted with what to do. Here I am, a former dental officer where I used to treat these patients for free, and now they are out of the military and they don't have access to dental care. And many of them are homeless because of dental care. So I decided, instead of giving them $1, not knowing where that was going to go, I decided to give them my business card. And that's how Homeless Not Toothless got started 30 years ago.
And I want you all on a personal level to imagine what it's like to see a loved one repeatedly overlooked. Perhaps you have a parent who's struggled for some time in their life. And I want you to imagine what it's like to see someone that you love working so hard, but repeatedly having doors slammed in their face. And you know that they would do so incredibly well in any friendship, any relationship, any job, but they're never given a chance for a reason as upsettingly simple as their teeth. I personally know what it's like to see a parent really struggle, and I can't emphasize enough how disheartening and heartbreaking it is to see someone worth so much being given so little. For the patients that Homeless Not Toothless serves, one simple thing is a barrier to the life that they could and should be living. And while Homeless Not Toothless can't solve all of the problems causing homelessness, they can remove one massive barrier for people who are trying to change their own lives. This testimonial gave me chills when I read it, and I'd like to give you all a chance to read it as well. So this testimonial really spoke to me because this man used so few words to explain the massive impact that Homeless Not Toothless had on his life. Homeless Not Toothless gave me teeth. What else has to be said?
Homeless Not Toothless was founded when I completed my tour of duty, which was right after the Persian Gulf War in 1991. And when I handed out my first card, we were not a nonprofit, but shortly thereafter, we noticed that the need for our unhoused veterans was so huge that we became a 501c3. And I'm thrilled to state that 30 plus years later, we've now treated over 124,000 patients. Over $10 million of free dental services have been done. It's really one of the most amazing parts of my life and my legacy is not the tens of thousands of patients I've actually treated in my private practice, but the enormous communities of unhoused veterans, women of domestic abuse, and also foster children that now get treated through Homeless Not Toothless. We have a $1.1 million budget each year. We are very, very fortunate because I am a professor at the dental college at UCLA, that I have an externship. We have our fourth year dental students actually coming to my clinic, so we actually have free labor. I donate my actual physical facility, so we actually have no rent either. And it's because of that that we have some unbelievable numbers to share. Our overhead to run Homeless Not Toothless is a whopping 7%, and that's fairly consistent over the decades that we've been running this nonprofit. The main challenges that we have is that we do not have consistent funding. We have to raise those funds. Either I personally give those funds or we go to foundations, and you know what a hassle that is every single year. We also have lab costs and supply costs. So that's what we're looking at getting money for, so we could actually treat the 12 to 15,000 patients that we see each year ongoingly with some sort of revenue stream that's guaranteed.
So our solution and our strategy to implement that solution really tried to take those things into account by taking advantage of the phenomenal care that Homeless Not Toothless is already providing, while bringing in consistent and sufficient funds. And the solution may seem incredibly simple, and you might think, why didn't we do this sooner? It's to bill Medi-Cal. So, as you may know, under the Affordable Care Act and more recently under CalAIM, it has become increasingly accessible for people of low income, especially like unhoused people, to get access to this care. So essentially, by billing Medi-Cal, we would be reimbursed for the services Homeless Not Toothless is already providing to people who do qualify. Naturally, there are barriers to entry, so we narrowed down 4 steps that Homeless Not Toothless needs to take to be able to take advantage of these funds. The first one is to digitize so that we can share documents with our biller. That's already been done. Homeless Not Toothless went digital last month. Next is to enroll in Medi-Cal. It's a very difficult process. That's why we've been advised to hire a consultant. It costs $20,000 to have someone get us enrolled, start to finish. Next is to hire or partner with a biller. Ideally, we would like to partner with a biller, as we are hoping to negotiate a lower rate. So we're currently in talks with Andrea Blackbird, the CFO of Venice Family Clinic. But we're also considering hiring someone else if they can give us a lower rate. Finally, we need to get primarily Medi-Cal patients, because it doesn't work if our patients aren't enrolled. And we have a partnership with the Homeless Healthcare Collaborative through UCLA, and they are able to refer patients to us who are already set up with Medi-Cal. As you can see, we're very optimistic about the financials of this operation. You'll see in the first year, there is still an $80,000 shortfall, but after that, the numbers get very high very quickly. You might be wondering why and how on earth are these numbers so high? Because Medi-Cal is not traditionally seen as very lucrative. It's because our costs are very, very low. So that's why you see these abnormally high numbers.
One of the beautiful things about this program is that not only have we been around for 30 years, so we have a really solid understanding of how to run it, but we realized that we could expand this, we could scale this very easily. And what we've looked at first is looking at the top 24 cities that really have a large unhoused problem. And we're pairing those cities with already established dental schools. So if we could actually tap into those fourth year students who are about to graduate and have them do the labor just as they have been doing for Homeless Not Toothless for decades, we really could make this a replicable, very, very low financially impactable event, because the dental schools would love to have the opportunity to have their students get expertise and experience outside of the school working on this particular population. So the management team is myself, 35 years of experience as a dentist, 30 plus years running the nonprofit, plus the CEO of Venice Family Clinic, who we're very close with, and other doctors that are already established at UCLA who have brought Medi-Cal into other dental practices in the past.
The funding that we're asking for is very simple. We're asking for $100,000. $20,000 of that will cover the consultant costs mentioned earlier, and $80,000 will cover the first year of patient care. Thank you.
Questions?
Louise.
Thank you. I have a few questions. Well, first of all, thank you for doing all this work on behalf of so many veterans and homeless people. I actually know several of the people that have been, just happens to be people I've worked with through the past that benefited from you. If not yours, a sister operation. So the question I have is, how can you take Medi-Cal outside of California to these other places?
So
Maybe I don't understand the
Medicaid.
reimbursement.
Yeah. So sorry. I'm sorry. But Medicaid is a national program. Medi-Cal is California's implementation of Medicaid.
So it's Medicaid that you're going to do in the other states. Okay.
Yes,
My
and
understanding, and if they're going to reimburse you for this care, which is fair because you're providing the service, are you going to provide any revenue? I mean, you're going to generate a lot of cash at some point. You won't have to raise it anymore. How does the cost of providing the service, is that net of 700,000? Is that really a net? Again, we've sent the financials, but we've not had a chance to review them. So if that's really a net of that much money, that's an enormous amount of money coming out. That shouldn't be going back to investors, and this is the government's money you're investing. So where is that money going to go?
Well, we actually see that there will be some huge costs, especially when we go outside of the state. So we'll use those funds to actually scale or to reinforce the existing clinics that we have and actually expand them. I mean, obviously there's some huge problems of unhoused individuals in the San Francisco area, and that also would be obviously in California. So there are 5 dental schools right now in California. Our first expansion would be within the state, just so we can continue staying with Medi-Cal. But as we go outside the state, we will then use our existing programs that have been established to bring into the Medicaid system in other states.
So I guess what you're telling me then is that's not the financial statement, that's the top line. Direct receipt from Medi-Cal that you're projecting there.
Because right now, you know, I've been running this program for decades, and we've never had a deficit. So we've raised enough funds from other resources to cover our expenses. So right now, we're actually not doing anything else. You know, there's no extra patients that need to be seen. We're taking our existing population that are already qualified, at least most of them are qualified under Medi-Cal, and now we're billing for it. So now we're going to be able to build up a reserve. So it's super simple on our.
Does the Affordable Care Act or the Medi-Cal, is there any provision to give you startup funds to get this going?
I can cover that as well. There are not necessarily programs through that. However, CalAIM, the thing that I was mentioning that's more recent, there are grants within CalAIM that are designed specifically for people trying to help unhoused people. So we're speaking with the UCLA Homeless Healthcare Collaborative, who has successfully gotten funds from there. And that's part of why we weren't asking for a loan as much as asking for grants, because we plan to take this presentation on a roadshow, because there are a lot of different organizations offering capacity expansion grants.
Yeah, this is expanding your charity, and capacity expansion grant makes perfect sense.
And one more thing I wanted to mention on the scaling is, since these margins are so high, I think one thing that may help us with the expansion is not necessarily asking every clinic to fully donate their space, because we could afford to pay rent in those locations, making it a much easier ask for private clinics that are happy to allow us, happy to provide these services, especially since they could be getting rent for the time spent in their office.
Okay, Justin?
Yeah, so correct me if I'm wrong, so the margins are so good because you're basically using cheap or free labor by using the 4th-year dental students. Is that correct?
Yes.
I don't love the word cheap. Can we come up with another word, Justin?
Inexpensive.
Inexpensive. How about free?
Yeah,
How
yeah.
about free? Right.
Have you looked in?
The beauty behind the relationship I have with UCLA is that when the students come to me, they're actually getting credit for seeing patients, just as they have to get credit as third and fourth year students to graduate. So I literally sign off on procedures just as if they were in the school.
Yeah, so then related to that, then have you looked into whether there's any issues getting reimbursed through Medi-Cal or Medicaid, since I mean that they're technically not medical professionals yet, they're still students. Are they able to bill for their services and then you can be reimbursed even though they're not yet licensed?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that was a like concern that hit me like about halfway through this quarter. I realized I hadn't considered that yet. So I was freaking out about it. But then I actually did get to speak with Dr. Piskarowski, and there's another doctor here at UCLA. She runs the clinic for UCLA. And she thinks that we're good to go. But yes, that is a concern that I definitely was looking into.
Yeah,
And
thinks and
just
knows are two very different things, though. So I would
Yeah.
definitely say look into that. Talk to even a Medicaid professional or an attorney in that field to make sure, because that could be a big snag if you're not able to get reimbursed.
Yeah.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Patrick.
Yeah. So first of all, Dr. Grossman, thank you for your service, and thank you for coming up with a pretty creative business model. Brings a whole new meaning to the term indentured servant.
I love it. Thank you, Patrick. That's very funny.
I clearly the linchpin in this is the reimbursement. And while my company plays on the fringe of reimbursed services, we have stayed away from it because it is just a quagmire of bureaucracy and red tape. So I would encourage you to engage the best subject matter expert you can find. And Justin said, you know, maybe a regulatory or a reimbursement attorney who really knows, because I mean, I'm guilty of saying, yeah, I know how to get things FDA cleared and I can do it in 6 months, and the whole thing goes sideways. So you can't underestimate, particularly when it's the key to your revenue model, that the reimbursement thing's gonna work. And so from a fundability standpoint, you got to have that down.
I can help with that. I actually know of another clinic that's doing almost exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
They are able to get their funding.
I guess the second thing, and you may be already doing it and you just didn't present it, is industry collaboration. My guess is materials is a big part of your small overhead. And, you know, have you gone to, you know, somebody like Henry Schein and said, this is what we're doing. You know, can you donate materials to us? So you're not only getting free labor, but you're getting free materials. I know Schein in particular has a huge social responsibility initiative, and you know, you may be able to sort of tap into something that already exists. We actually work very closely with the Semper Fi Fund to provide pain management solutions to injured or wounded servicemen who have and women who have retired out of the service because of those injuries. And it's been a really sort of easy channel to market, as opposed to having to go through the VA and do that stuff. So, you know, if you can find.
We are a part of Henry Schein Cares, which is their
Great.
nonprofit, and they donate about $25,000 a year worth of supplies. So we have labs that donate X number of dollars of material or supplies, or a dollar amount per year, and it's because of all of that, the amount that we have to actually pay for supplies is greatly reduced.
Yeah.
So yes, it's a great point, and something we've been actively doing and had success with.
Yeah. So I would just, you know, if you don't have to reinvent the wheel, don't. Find somebody who's already doing it. And I'd be hitting Shine Up for a lot more than 25 grand. They can afford it.
Yeah.
Okay. Jesus, anything for you?
Nothing for me, thanks.
Is that really all of them? All
And
right.
you got us out on time, Archie, from lunch. How about that?
And I think also you've got a lot of social media marketing opportunities here. And there's a filmmaker out where you are who did a film called The Ground Truth, which was about how we're not treating our servicemen when they come back. So you might get a documentary filmmaker to be able to do something interesting as well.
Always open for that. We've been very active in social media. We're being featured on Housewives of Beverly Hills. We've been on over a dozen episodes, and all of it helps. It all brings, you know, attention to the name, and there's so many times that, you know, the name gets mentioned. They go, "Oh yeah, I heard you," or "I saw you on," and it certainly helps bring more donations in and more foundations, because, you know, they know we're a real entity.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I could probably give you an introduction to the Semper Fi Fund, because it was set up by the spouses of Marines recognizing that the VA was not going to be able to take care of the wounded coming home. And
Right.
so you may be able to tap into their funding.
I would take an introduction to that, Patrick. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, one of the things, you know, look, we had 8 minutes, and it was only limited how much we could put in there. But for example, from the VA standpoint, they only give dental coverage to veterans that have 100% disability. So when you think about that, you know, what percentage of veterans get out and have 100% disability? I think the statistics are well under 2%. So, but they get medical benefits. So now here, we're not taking care of their teeth. They're in pain. They start using drugs because they don't have any money. It's just a downward spiral. So,
Well, and the thing that didn't come up in your presentation that I think would be very powerful is the connection between oral health and overall health. That if you fix somebody's mouth, you fix pretty much everything else. I think that's really important for you to emphasize.
I like that. That's great, Patrick. Thank you for that. Good input.
All right. I'm going to call it now. I know that we could do this all day and we would enjoy it, but then you'd be mad because you wouldn't have time to even get a sandwich. So first, let's acknowledge everybody who presented and all of our judges. We are going to stick with the 1 hour, even though it's going to put me 7 minutes behind. So it is now 12:07. I will see you back at 1:07. Ready to begin. Game heads, you are up.
All right, thank you, Archie. Hi, everyone. My name is Eileen, and I'm accompanied by Multimedia Program Coordinator at Gameheads, Zora Mercado, today to talk about Gameheads Talent Accelerator Venture.
So Gameheads is special because we take in and train our students no matter what their skill level. On the left, we have Melissa, who's from Mexico, had 0 computer skills, and joined the program when she was in her early 20s. On the right, we have Rebecca, who started off as a little freshman in a homeschool setting raised by her single mother. They both joined Gameheads as a way to find community, friends, and explore their career interest in digital media. Through Gameheads, they were able to receive college counseling, mentorship, professional training, and applicable professional experience. But what's most impressive about Gameheads is that neither of them have completed their bachelor's degree yet, but have interned and received full-time jobs. That's unheard of. No other training program companies provides that for their students at such an early age, especially at well-known game studios like PlayStation and Double Fine Studios. After 4+ years in Gameheads, both are amongst our most advanced students. Melissa's looking to transfer out of community college soon, and Rebecca will be graduating from Cal State East Bay with a degree in computer science this week, actually. So what is Gameheads? Gameheads is an innovative program that provides marginalized youth with hands-on education and training to prepare them for their careers in the tech and entertainment industries, right? We train students in film production, video game design, development, industry software for coding, animation, visual art, storyboarding, team collaboration, and the entire workflow. Our vision and our mission is to train the next generation of game developers while elevating the voices of youth, as well as prepare them for their college, career, and civic life. because we care about the whole of them, and it works.
Evidently, Gameheads has had a major impact in their community, providing underserved youth with the resources and mentors they need to attain an unparalleled education in gaming and tech. However, education is really only the first step to providing a promising future. Next is getting opportunities to showcase skills and build a career. Even within traditional university settings, how many of us struggle getting jobs? Most of the time, filling out job applications and submitting resumes feel like talking to a black hole. This only emphasizes the importance of gaining work experience, especially through internships. Data shows that 72% of students who complete an internship receive return offers. They also earn a 20 grand greater starting salary and receive twice as many job offers after graduating on average. Meanwhile, 2/3 of students who didn't wish they had, and 45% are underemployed even 10 years later. For marginalized students who still have so little to put on their resume, how can they get their foot out the door and transition to the tech and gaming industry? Our solution? Gamehead's Talent Accelerator. Our Talent Accelerator is an extension of Gamehead's educational program, focused on granting students client-facing opportunities for professional development. This solution leverages Gamehead's existing partnerships with world-renowned video game companies to land Gamehead students paid contract work. Everyone benefits from this venture. Gamehead students get to demonstrate their talents, gain real-world experience, and build towards a full-time role. Gamehead's partners experience firsthand the creativity of students as well as their drive to prove themselves. And Gameheads furthers their mission and earns a profit to reinvest into their students. Based on projected revenue for the gaming industry in 2024, we identified the total addressable market for this venture to be $282 billion. When considering Gamehead's geography, industry trends, and past contract work that students have done, we identified the serviceable obtainable market to be $25 million. It's clear that the market for this venture is there. Now it's time to capitalize on it.
And well, Gameheads has a proven track record of delivering quality work in motion capture, video production, and video game development, and everything that comes with that, right? The storyboarding, the concepts, the animations, the whole shebang. And as the video games and film industries continue to merge, we find ourselves with a lot more potential for contracts, right? From using video game visual effects for music videos, short films, commercials, or providing video game development services such as animation, programming, or concept designs. And well, the future is limitless as we continue to train our students in film production through video game workflow and vice versa. On top of all this, Gameheads uplifts youth from underserved communities by ensuring that they are building their skill set and breaking cycles of poverty by doing what they love and for who they love.
Our venture is cyclical and self-sustaining, providing a scalable monetization stream. Whenever a client comes to Gameheads, a project manager helps sort out the project scope and timeline. Then Gamehead students take part of the development team and engage in hands-on learning experiences. This leads to more clients coming into Gameheads and more capacity to enhance student skills, all of which enables Gameheads to continue doing better at what they do. We can rest assured that our venture achieves long-term growth for students, clients, and Gameheads as a whole. We know that our venture holds a lot of potential because Gamehead students have an unparalleled set of skills and mentorship. Students have designed mobile games uploaded on the Google Play Store, created web-slinging Spider-Man suits with PlayStation, and gamified experiences with for-profits like California 100. Gamehead students deliver industry-quality work, all the while sharing their unique identity and perspectives into their art. From the work that we've already accomplished, it's clear that we have what it takes to make this venture win. All it takes is making that first step.
And well, Gamehead has everything that we need to get started like yesterday. The passion, the grit, the equipment, the training, the network, and the mentorship. Our co-founder, Mr. David Packwood, has over 18 years of experience within the tech and gaming atmosphere and has close relationships with some of the largest industry leaders, right? We've earned the trust. We got the verified check mark from PlayStation, Google Play, Xbox, Riot Games, and have even signed off 5 to 7 figure contracts. And the tech in the Bay Area community has validated our quality of work. Additionally, Gameheads has a dedicated pool of students and staff. Our students want more work, more portfolio pieces, and more challenges, right? Because industry leaders train our students, they make it easy for them to get hired, whether they hire them or we hire them. Also, many students who went through the Gameheads learning program want to be involved as mentors with a strong commitment to give back. And as we celebrate our 10th year anniversary, we have created a healthy, sustainable community that will ensure that this venture succeeds.
We've based our venture financials on three main assumptions. First, a 30-70 revenue split between game heads and students, which balances support for disadvantaged students, as well as long-term profitability for game heads. With low total expenses, we can maintain a 20 to 25% net profit margin. Secondly, in the first year, we plan to undertake a minimum of 4 projects with an average revenue of 280 grand, a number that we got through similar past projects. Previously, game heads had had to turn down about 4 to 5 clients per year, simply due to a lack of capacity. This demonstrates the possibility of doing 5 projects even in the first year. Third, we anticipate 35% year-over-year growth from year 1 to year 3, driven by an increase in both the number of projects, project quality, and average price. This approach will ensure a strong financial position and low risk in the first year, making this venture worthwhile. But we'll need your help to get started. 40 grand to cover costs for the first 6 months, including salary for management, software subscriptions, and more.
So if you're looking to invest in a venture that is profitable, self-sustaining, provides impactful professional development opportunities for students, look no further. Because GameHeads is not just about creating games. It's about creating futures and building culture. Join us in leveling up the next generation of tech innovators and game changers. Thank you for listening.
Excellent. So who's the first of my judges that would like to ask a question? Or I can't even see all my judges. Justin, I can see you. We came back from lunch and it's like a scramble. You got something?
Louise has her hand raised. She can go first.
So you go ahead, Justin.
I can't even find her right now.
Yeah. Gosh, where do I start? So you said you serve underserved communities. So does that mean like how are you selecting your students? And it sounds like so you've been around for 10 years. We'll just call you. So you're just an educational institute, and now you're branching out, doing projects and bringing on students to perform those tasks to give them that industry experience, and then help them get the job placement. Did I sum that up correctly? Yeah.
Yes, we have a free education program, and we want to get our 5-year vets, advanced students jobs and
Gotcha. So how you didn't? Maybe I missed it, but you didn't really speak to how you're serving low income youth. Like, are you giving them free tuition, or can you just go into that a little more?
Yeah, diving a bit about how our program works. Every year we have about 300 applications, and the applications are to be part of our Game Heads Classic program. It's a free program that teaches students year-long the fundamentals of video game workflow. And then their second year, they pick a specialty, they make video games throughout their training, they get portfolio pieces, and we serve ages 15 to 25. So the idea is after their 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th year in Game Heads, they're prepared to go into the industry as working employees. And those that want to stick around could get contract work through Game Heads. Yeah.
So, but it's open to anybody then, not just, so you're not necessarily focused on serving low income youth of color. It's open to anybody.
Yeah.
Who pays the tuition.
Right. We don't do like background or screen checks. Our mission is to give resources to those that didn't inherit technological like education through their families and whatnot. But yeah, we accept everybody.
Gotcha. And then how many like obviously you're not guaranteeing placement. You're just providing that industry experience to help increase the students' chances, the participants' chances of actually landing a job. But roughly how many students do you anticipate taking into this accelerator? I guess, yeah, we'll just leave my question at that.
Yeah, so this year in total students, we have over 200 students, and about 50 of them have been in the program for 6+ years. A handful of them already work in the industry. So we're looking at maybe 15 advanced students dedicated to like our talent accelerator program for the first year. And for the returning students we have students who work at PlayStation, but they're on contract, 6-month contracts. So by the time their 6-month contract ends, the question is, what's next? Do they apply for another job, or they come back to Game Heads and pursue our talent accelerator program? So there's like a cycle of talent within the Game Head students that seems to be never ending as they stick around.
Okay. And then one last question. So are they paying to be part of this program, or is their participation kind of subsidized by the Sonys, the Xboxes paying you for these projects that these students are working on for free?
So are you asking? So
Do the students pay to be part of the program, or are you
No,
just
they
paid
earn
by?
money, Justin. They earn money.
Yeah.
So for the training program, it's free. They don't pay anything for the first years of Gameheads, for any years of
Gotcha.
Gameheads.
Okay.
If they're part of our talent accelerator agency, we would be splitting the contract work 70-30, depending on our client and how much they're paying.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you for your questions. Louise.
Louis is a popular name these days, but Louise is my name. Okay. I love this model. I think this is actually one of the best examples we've heard today so far, because what you're doing is using the skill set of your mission to now provide it on a paid basis to people who can pay you. And your mission is to train these kids who don't know how to program and build video games, and you give them that education for free. And then you go to companies now, and you've done a few projects, and you're basically acting like a consulting firm or an outside contract game developer, and you're building pieces or all of a project for a game company. And game companies are strapped to find enough talent. So you're finding a new source of talent for them. You're developing that source of talent. And then you're saying, well, we want now to you're kind of creating the bridge to get your talent into the industry. And it's a very logical social enterprise from your main mission. So I really like that part of what you're saying. I have a few questions, and that really has to do with, I don't understand why you're limiting yourself so much, because this could be going on in every city in the country, and the game market is enormous. And how have you done any strategic planning and any business planning to take it beyond this? You're at 3 projects now. How are you going to develop it and reinvest it, and who's the team that's going to do that? And I see an enormous potential here.
Right. So we didn't talk about this, but we have a hybrid. We have online students, in-person students. We have a headquarters in Hawaii, partnered up with Liliuokalani Trust. And we're looking to expand in Atlanta. Now, your question about expanding more than 3 projects, it's really about, we want to start with like an elite advanced student group of students, do a test run, a pilot of how successful that would look like. And then as our advanced students pool increases, we'll definitely expand to 6 and then 4 or 5 and go up. But Damon Packwood is really our networker and financial business person who is constantly in communication with our partners. And some of these are indie studios and some of these are bigger AAA studios that are looking.
You said, if I heard you correctly, you turned down 5 projects.
Yeah, we turned down 5 projects because our staff team, well, now our staff team is at 6, but we were at like 3 or 4, depending on how long ago you asked us. And we want to really make sure that our nonprofit side of the program is working. So we're training students for free and they have the mentors and resources that they need. And those resources sometimes scales back to the staff's capabilities. So
yeah, that's what I'm hearing, because I think there must be far more students that need good jobs, and your charity will have a big impact on inner city and disadvantaged students. So I think it's a priority to create the plan to scale your charity to then go and meet the needs of the industry.
So yeah, part of our funding would be to hire a manager dedicated to hooking up our students with contracts. No youth work, but that.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I don't think my biggest feedback is I don't think you're thinking about it at scale yet.
I see.
So my feedback is to go, this is fine what you've done, but it's not, there's a lot more here. That's what I'm seeing.
Think bigger. I like that. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Patrick?
Yeah. Can you go to the previous slide? Okay, so you say that the gaming industry is $250 billion, but then you say your addressable market is 25 million. And it would seem to me in a market as big as this industry, a single project might be $25 million. And so, and maybe this ties back to what Louise is saying is you're not thinking about it big enough. You know, that it would be a more impressive and more fundable pitch. And I actually, maybe I missed it. Did you guys make an ask? What you're looking for?
No, they didn't. Oh, 40K.
40K. Yeah. And again, sort of 40K kind of feels like a young generation wanting to monetize its hobbies, like I did in the 60s in surfing and motorcycles. You know, it was like everybody just wanted to figure out how to make money doing your passion. But it seems to me it's much bigger here. And you know, if you're looking for an investor and you tell him the addressable market is 25 million, it's like, well, that's not very interesting. But if it's a big chunk of that, or even a small chunk of that $250 billion market, it's like, okay, now you're getting my interest. And you're you know, building the justification for a much bigger ask. So I think you need to look at the economics of your business model and say, what are we really talking about? Because it sounds like what you're talking about is, and it goes back again to Louise's sort of comment about, you know, scalability is, you know, we want to continue to do this little thing we're doing, as opposed to we want to take this little thing we're doing and make it huge.
Do you have a board of directors?
Oh, we do have a board of directors, yes. A lot of them are industry leaders and work at these AAA companies.
Right. Well, I mean, I think we need to dig into this a little bit, but for this presentation, I don't have any more questions.
Okay. Jesus?
No questions for me right now. Yeah. Thanks.
No questions for you? I don't know where my other judge went. Did we get everyone? Okay, we're gonna move on. So next up,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we can. You're right. Channel Islands Maritime Museum.
Good afternoon. I'd like to introduce the Channel Islands Maritime Museum team and thank all the judges and staff for taking the time to review our proposal. We believe what we're presenting to you today is an opportunity for individuals in our community to come together and have a truly extraordinary experience that is both inspiring and educational. Slide, please. The Channel Islands Maritime Museum is located in Oxnard, California, in the beautiful Channel Islands Harbor. We have a mission to share and preserve maritime culture through a wide variety of exhibitions, events, and educational programs for visitors of all ages. And for over 30 years, we've been experts. And actually, we've been an asset to our community and experts at community events like our Chowder Fest, a clam chowder tasting and competition that engages local businesses like our restaurants, wineries, and local musicians, or Art Comes Alive, another experience for our museum guests where our costumed actors and actresses perform reenactments and tell extraordinary stories of life illustrated in specific artworks in the museum. Slide, please. Which brings us to our museum's venture, the last dinner on the Titanic. Just imagine if you could step aboard the Titanic, have a champagne in an exquisite gallery, proceed up the grand staircase, and enjoy the last multi-course dinner as it was served on the Titanic and meet the people aboard, all while overlooking the beautiful ocean inside of our harbor. Our museum is designed and decorated like an old steamship with oak walls, signal flags, and classic oil paintings. And because of our extensive collection of artifacts, you'll hear foghorns and ship bells in the background. and our event will conclude with an interactive treasure hunt style museum tour, making it engaging for all ages. Slide, please. We have 3 areas that we are targeting for social impact: preserving maritime history, supporting local businesses, and building community. Our venture closely aligns with our mission to share our maritime culture by adopting a modern and experiential approach to historical events, especially through the use of the Titanic. It gives the museum a platform to preserve history and time, share untold stories, and educate beyond the classroom or the traditional classroom setting. Additionally, our venture will be supporting our local businesses, particularly with our Oxnard-based chefs and actors. The story of the Titanic is emotionally charged, and therefore that's an opportunity to raise awareness of the museum and engage the community together in an epic experience. We want to get people out of their homes, engage in history and in play in a way that builds a stronger community in Oxnard. Ian?
So our main goal is to transform this space into a social hub for Oxnard and Ventura County residents, focusing on 3 key targets markets. First, we aim to engage local residents through advertisements such as local magazines, newspapers, and direct mail. Second, we plan to attract tourists by collaborating with travel agencies and local hotels, leveraging on their disposable income and interest in local activities. Third, we target maritime enthusiasts who are likely to visit both during regular hours and at special events like the last dinner on the Titanic. Next, please. Moving on to our market analysis, we compared the last dinner on the Titanic with 3 similar events: Haste at the Harbor, The Dinner Detective, and Medieval Times. Haste at the Harbor offers an interactive experience where guests solve a mystery during the meal. The Dinner Detective is similar to the Haste at the Harbor in concept, but larger in scale. And Medieval Times immerses guests in the medieval era with jousting tournaments. So Haste at the Harbor shows strong performance, earning $54,000 from a single event with high-value sponsorship tables. The Dinner Detective at $24.7 million, targeting a broad audience with its $70 tickets. Medieval Times leads in revenue with $135 million. So our event, The Last Dinner on the Titanic, positions itself uniquely among these options, charging $200 per guest. With a limited seating of 80 guests, we offer a high-end personalized experience that differentiates from larger venues. Our analysis indicates a strong market opportunity and its unique approach, pricing strategy, and exclusive upscale setting, making an attractive option. Doug, please.
Yeah, the last dinner on the Titanic will be managed by the executive director of the museum, Doug Riffenberg, that's me. And I'll be overseeing the entire project, including financial management, execution, and most importantly, the safety of our guests. We have 2 major project management areas: the development of the program and the execution of the program. And leadership in these 2 areas require totally different skill sets. Connie Korenstein has a strong background, both as a professional educator and an actress. She developed our Art Comes Alive event, and she also developed our educational programs at the museum. Connie calls herself a Titaniac, and so she is absolutely chomping at the bit to develop this project. She has a large team of volunteers available to her, and those volunteers have a wide range of talents. Susan O'Brien is an events wizard and manages most of the museum's large community events. She's very connected in the community, has strong marketing skills, and executes all of her events flawlessly. She also has a strong team of volunteers available to support her. Ian?
So our strategy for launching the event is very careful and deliberate. We start with one unforgettable event in the first year and plan to host twice as interest grows in the second year. Starting in third year, we plan to hold the event quarterly with an estimated total profit of $50,310 over 3 years. Our financial projection indicate initial high cost, but growing profits in subsequent years. Next, please. We have the passion, the venue, and the team, but we need your help to bring our vision to life. The primary challenge is securing the necessary funding. We're asking for $22,570 for venture startup capital. Thank you for considering this project. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Acknowledge. Patrick, you haven't gone first in a while.
Yeah, the first question, when you showed your competitive positioning, your ticket pricing is kind of 3x plus what the competitors are. What is it that you think justifies that multiple in pricing, and is there really a market, particularly that given that you're focused on, the local Oxnard area? Is there enough people there to pay $200 per meal for, however many performances you're planning to do in your plan?
That's a great question. Even though here in Oxnard, we're typically seen as a community of low income and high industrial base, we've actually got quite a bit of wealth in the Ventura community and in Santa Barbara and locally in Los Angeles as well. So we're able to pull people from those metro areas. And as Ian pointed out, this would be an exclusive opportunity with only 80 seats per quarter available for the event. So that's kind of how we're looking at it.
Okay, and then is it my understanding that the net profits from this will then flow back to the museum and fund growth and museum activities?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, all right, great, thank you.
I would say, the way we look at this is kind of like, maybe we should have put an example up here of kind of going out and seeing a theater play, which tickets are pretty high priced these days.
So, question for me, similar to what Patrick was saying, is there something else like besides an event, besides the meal, that's a lower barrier entry to experience this for other people that may not, can afford the dinner or afford the experience, but can possibly afford like a $50 experience? Is there something like that you guys are going to be offering or integrating into the experience?
We don't have that currently. We do look at those kind of opportunities. For example, our Art Comes Alive opportunity this year, we're looking at both a gala and a community opportunity to come and participate. So that is an option for us to create something for the community to participate as well for the lower income individuals, but it's not something that we considered as part of this project.
Got it. Okay.
I've got so 200 times 80, so 16,000 would be your gross. But what about when you deduct all labor, food cost, all the expenses? What's the net looking like on that? Maybe you already covered that. Okay. Oh, okay, I see it there.
So our costs are actually very low. We're a volunteer-run organization. We have over 50 volunteers. We've got about 100 people on the roster 70 to 100 people on the roster typically, and then about 50 active volunteers. We are very competent at doing events with our volunteers. They enjoy it. We have a whole that's one of our segments of our volunteer organization. We have various different committees. Is the special events committee, which has dedicated volunteers for those events. So that really cuts down our labor costs, which obviously is the highest cost here. And then we expect to have partnerships with different, potentially different restaurants. We've typically partnered with Cal State Channel Islands that has a culinary department. They're very interested in doing creative things. And so we hope that they will be up for creating this, this dinner that was served on a Titanic.
And then, to your knowledge, do any other Titanic museums or experiences offer this type of like dinner experience, or do you think that's unique?
We've got a couple of examples of that that we found online, and I spoke to the Santa Barbara Maritime Museum. They actually had a dinner on the Titanic, which is something we found out after the fact, right up the road, and they said it was extremely successful, but it was a one-time event.
How much did they charge, just out of curiosity?
That was that was a gala. They charged quite a bit of money.
That program was run on a sponsorship basis. And as noted in the information on the top left on this slide, it shows that they ran sponsorships ranging from $2,500 to $10,000 each, and were able to fill the 120 seating with the revenue of $54,000 in one night.
Gotcha.
Well,
So that's the Titanic.
Yeah, that
heist
was
at the harbor.
That was heist at the harbor. So I don't know. I haven't done any research into how much that event. We just found out that they did that event a few days ago, so I don't have that information.
Okay, thank you.
I did hear from the executive director. It was a fun and popular event.
Thank you,
Louise.
Hi. Well, I think this seems like it'd be a really fun event to go to. I had a couple of questions. One is, have you had any discussions with UC Santa Barbara? They've got a big acting school, as I understand it, dramatic program. And it occurs to me that you could have other venues to run at so that you didn't, or perhaps you could do it in partnership where you might be able to get a lot of students to help do some of this. Anyway, what I was thinking of really is that this would be a terrific program. When I think all fifth graders or all sixth graders or fourth graders, they go to have an experience of being on a ship often. They go and experience, they dress up, and the Girl Scouts and the Boy Scouts for summer camps, they go and they spend a day on a ship. So you could access the camp markets for additional revenue of other kinds of experiences. It wouldn't be a fancy dinner, and you wouldn't have to charge so much money. For the dinner itself, I suggest you think about it the way a charity typically thinks about their annual gala, which is you can charge on a gala basis because then your audience is people that donate. So within your community, you've got a tremendous number of wealthy people who, like, I'm sure, would be the people that donate to charities. And what I've seen charities do is that the ticket price is one piece of the revenue. The second piece of the revenue is sponsorships. The third piece of the revenue is an auction. And the fourth piece of the revenue, I'm forgetting now, I'm sorry. But anyway, there's a lot of other pieces of revenue you can do along with it. So I would recommend, I'm happy to send it to you, is look at some of the big galas. So galas I've seen doing that on a single night, they can raise anywhere from 175,000 up to 350,000. So I think you've got a lot of ways of expanding this potentially.
Great, thank you. Yeah, We also thought about selling notable positions such as the captain's role or other roles, and to be the captain, you'd have to spend quite a bit of money, I think. Then we'd have to throw them in the water afterwards.
My guess is you could get what you're describing as your investment from a couple of your big donors.
Right.
Okay. Anything for anyone else? Jesus? Patrick? Justin, we're all done. Louise, I owe you an apology. Make sure you get it from me personally.
No problem.
That was dead on perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let us acknowledge everyone. Pedro, let's take those down so that we can invite Climb Your Everest to begin their presentation.
Hi, let me just pull up my screen. Can you all see it? Okay, cool.
Do you want to put it in screen presentation mode?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Saida.
You're welcome. So can I start?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Sayeda Hassani, and I'm part of Team 4 Climb Your Everest.
And my name is Alyssa Tice, and I'm a founding board member of Climb Your Everest.
I want to ask all of you a simple question. How many of you have mothers, sisters, and daughters? Please raise your hands. Now imagine millions of women just like our sisters, mothers, and daughters who lack access to education, denying them their fundamental rights, the freedom to speak, to choose, and to live freely. Let's stand together and bring change. Climb Your Everest advocates for their empowerment and ensures every woman has the opportunity to thrive. It's time to break barriers, empower women, and build a world where everyone can live with dignity and equality, not just in America, but worldwide.
So who are we at Climb Your Everest? We are a nonprofit organization that centers around empowering women through skills training and community engagement. We currently lead empowerment workshops in Nepal taught entirely by volunteers who are often professionals in various fields. Our workshops span different topics such as financial literacy, passion discovery, public speaking, and more. Each session is carefully designed, taking into account the unique needs and challenges faced by Nepali women. So a question you might be asking yourself right now is, why Nepal? Our founder, Dr. Sarah Safari, created Climb Your Everest with the mission to empower women worldwide by providing them with essential skills, resources, and support to overcome societal barriers. Dr. Safari began working with women in Nepal after making the bold decision, with no prior climbing or hiking experience, by the way, to climb Mount Everest as a personal challenge. In the course of this pursuit, she realized how much these women's experiences of economic disparity, social disadvantage, and limited opportunity mirrored her own as a young girl growing up in Iran after the Cultural Revolution in the 1980s. Our hope at Climb Your Everest is to eventually expand beyond the borders of Nepal to support the empowerment of women worldwide.
Climb Your Everest could not be able to operate without its volunteers, teaching the workshops, which is why our venture is focused on attracting and retaining them. Nepal is a highly affordable destination for adventure. Climb Your Everest would like to host 2 trips to Nepal per year, 1 basic and 1 luxury. Travelers on the basic trip will be provided with transportations and accommodations within Nepal as they travel. Visiting historical sites and trekking in the Himalayas. The luxury trip will feature premium activities such as an Everest helicopter ride, premium shopping and dining, and more upscale accommodations than the basic trip. While participants will also get to experience activities like yoga classes, sightseeing, meditation classes, and more. Both trips will participate in leading workshops and empowerment training.
So we have two separate markets in mind for different travel options. Our first market is college students. College students typically don't have as much disposable income as older adults, but they do tend to have an excitement for travel and new learning experiences, plus more free time to be spent on adventure. Our other market is adults ages 30 to 60. Adults have diverse life experiences and professional skills that they can bring to enhance the workshops and further develop their skill sets. They're also more likely to have a steady income, making them a prime candidate for the more luxury package.
So, what is our business strategy? In order to make this a long-term sustainable venture, we have some key steps and goals in mind. Once our first few trips are completed, we'll collect feedback from our customers to better improve future trips and maximize customer satisfaction. After everything is set in stone, we will hire full-time employees in Nepal to help climb your Everest with travel logistics and coordination so that every trip does not need to directly involve US-based volunteers. As we get more financially stable, Climb Your Everest can increase the frequency and duration of trips offered each year to achieve more cash flow. In doing so, we can target a greater number of students by expanding to more college campuses and even offering college credit.
We did a 3-year financial projection with revenue predicted to be $75,000 in the first year. That number is based on having 2 trips to Nepal. The basic trip is at a modest price of only $2,500 per person with a 10-person maximum. The luxury trip would be $5,000 per person with the same 10-person maximum. Cost of service consists of accommodations, activities, and transportation within Nepal. Expenses reflect employee and marketing costs. In year 2, we'll add 1 more trip at the lower price, equaling 3 trips total. In year 3, we'll add an additional luxury trip for a total of 4 trips.
We're seeking funding to hire a part-time employee in Nepal. The employee will help by taking on much of the time-consuming tasks necessary to prepare for the trip and help organize the women's empowerment workshops. We anticipate this will cost $5,000. We also need your support to redo our website to emphasize its focus on these trips. We will hire a website building firm to revamp the existing website catering to the 2 trip packages. We anticipate this will cost about $5,000. The total funding we're requesting at this time is $10,000.
Now, in completing our competitive analysis, we've isolated 5 main critical areas. The first area is program diversity. Our program has various activity types, including volunteering and adventurous exploration. We see that some of our competitors tend to be volunteer only, without the diversity of any of the adventure-based items. The second critical area is the empowerment focus, which includes volunteering and the ability to actually lead workshops to empower Nepali women. Customizability and personalization are also huge aspects of this venture. Because we take participants in small cohorts, we can provide in-depth guidance and personalization while also factoring in the budgets of participants. The final factor is extensive and genuine cultural immersion. Because of Dr. Safari's close connections to various communities in Nepal, we're really proud to provide an immersive and local experience that truly honors the culture and lifestyle of the Nepali people.
So, to summarize, our competitive advantage and value proposition, Climb Your Everest leverages deep local connections in Nepal to offer immersive, personalized adventures in small cohorts, enhancing both cultural engagement and personal growth.
Our management team at Climb Your Everest boasts a rich blend of expertise. We've introduced you already to our CEO, Dr. Sarah Safari, a polymath, who brings a unique, personalized, and professional perspective and extensive knowledge to drive our success. With the diversity and visionary skills of our leadership team, we're poised to excel in our endeavors to empower women worldwide, bringing us ever closer to accomplishing our mission of empowering marginalized women to lead fulfilling lives.
By investing $10,000 in Climb Your Everest, you have a precious opportunity to empower women directly. You can be an integral part of reshaping their predetermined destinies. Let us bring light into the lives of untold numbers of women so they can ignite alongside them to light their own path forward, not just on their terms, but others as well.
Thank you. Archie, I think you're muted if you're speaking.
I was saying lovely, awesome. And Pedro, could you do your magic from last time, please? We finally figured out pinning all the judges together, then we can see all of you. Because Pedro's a master. So who would like to go first?
I'll go first. Oh, Luis.
No, Jesus, please, please,
All
please,
right.
please.
Yeah, thanks so much for sharing. Love hearing the passion from you guys. And yeah, you guys are having great success with those workshops. So kudos to you guys. For just questions about the current traction on these trips, do you have any engagement on the trips already? Maybe I missed it, but like any interest yet, like a waiting list, waiting to hop on these trips at all?
Currently, no, that's why we're seeking support through this venture, because we kind of leverage our personal connections and professional connections as well. And so we utilize like our social media presence and honestly just professional and personal connections to invite various others alongside us. And we do have some interest, but we'd absolutely like to expand that just in pursuit of our larger mission.
Great. And some interest, just it was mostly like just connecting with like friends and family and your guys' like network, right? Is that correct?
Correct. Primarily led by Dr. Safari, yes. But those of us on the board as well. And additionally, we kind of have a web, of, so to speak, of outreach of previous participants on the trip, whether they continue engaging with our nonprofit through supporting the development of future workshops, they reach out to others in their own networks as well.
Got it. And do you guys have a date when you guys want to do your first trip?
That's a great question. We have done these trips previously. We don't have a date specifically in mind for this specific venture in terms of the luxury versus basic package. Dr. Safari is actually currently in Nepal right now, facilitating workshops, and so as well as some other members of our team.
Yeah, like so how fast do you think you guys can go? Like if once you get funding, like when's the first trip?
Yeah, typically, so we tend to do like a spring trip and a fall trip. And so I think because we're already we already do these trips already. So my guess is we can get this running very rapidly. We have already existing and long-term relationships with people in Nepal. We have access to trekking guides and companies. We're familiar already with hotels. I've personally been to Nepal myself, as well as other members of our team. And so I don't see significant barriers in terms of our ability to get this going pretty rapidly.
Got it. Okay. And so the price for these trips, that came from the ones you guys are currently doing already, that's not connected to this venture. Is that correct? Or how'd you guys come up with the pricing?
Yeah, and maybe Saida, if you want to speak at all to that. Some of the pricing is based on experiences as well as market research that the team did. And go ahead, Saida.
Yeah, so basically me and the rest of the student team, we actually researched the numbers. We looked at the price of average hotels, and judging by the looks, even though it seems like the prices are way too cheap or the numbers might not be accurate at all, they in fact are, because Nepal is actually a really affordable place to go, especially if you think about in terms of revenue will come in terms of dollars and not in terms of rupees. So
Cool. Okay. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Who's next? Luis.
Well, I actually myself have participated in cycling trips internationally that were to support a charity that did research for women's health. And oh, I'm sorry, guys. I got to get off for a second and answer a phone call. I'll be right back on. Sorry about that.
Okay. Justin, anything for you?
Jesus asked my main question. So are you aware of any other, I imagine there have to be other kind of destination type leadership training trips and stuff? I mean, Nepal, Mount Everest, that has to be a popular location. Are you aware of any other programs like this?
In terms of other organizations kind of offering destination
Yeah,
trips like this?
and particularly to Nepal, whether it's for women empowerment or other type of like leadership training type services.
Yeah,
Or
that's a
is it-
great question. Yeah, Saida, go ahead. I was just gonna say.
Okay. Yeah, I can speak to that. So basically, me and my team, we did research and we found 3 companies. So National Geographic does that, but it doesn't really focus on women empowerment. It just focuses on having local workshops, essentially, for like students of like high school aged and stuff. We bring a more personalized approach in helping craft those team members to actually come with us to Nepal. And Dr. Sarah Safari is actually a prominent speaker, writer, and she knows Nepal herself. She experienced Nepal. I mean, she has been through the Iranian Revolution and she knows how women have faced strenuous circumstances during that time.
Gotcha. So it's a more the selling point. I mean, addition to the destination, but it's that experience that Dr. Safari brings and the kind of more unique training. We'll say that the program itself, the curriculum is kind of what helps set you apart as well. Then.
Yeah,
Totally.
definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Because...
The basic trip. Sorry, Saida. You go.
Okay. So definitely because everyone gets to experience a personalized approach, especially especially if you pay for other companies. I don't know, like National Geographic, you just get the trip itself. You don't really get that personal support that to go through them, and you don't actually get to interact with the girls because liability issues. You need insurance as well, which Dr. Sarah Safari provides in her packages as well as part of these trips. So you really get that individualized approach from somebody who's actually been to Nepal instead of somebody who's just, giving you a trip and selling it to you for a price point.
Exactly. And what I was going to add as well was that I think the uniqueness, particularly in how we've outlined the basic and the luxury package and giving the opportunity to college age students, yes, based on the various factors that we outlined that prime them as a market for this, is the opportunity to actually directly take part in this and learn skills to empower women in real time. And then additionally, for the more luxury package suited more towards adults and kind of working professionals, it's an opportunity for them to kind of put their passion and practice in action very directly while combining that with the kind of adventure-based and like tourism aspect of it. We also customize every workshop very specifically to the group that we're doing it with, because there are different needs within Nepal. In the city of Kathmandu, for example, the folks that attend those workshops, their lifestyles and needs may vary entirely from people in the Everest region or in the Annapurna region or on the border near India in the Chitwan region. And so we tailor our workshops very specifically to where we're going, when we're going, and who is coming with us. And so I think that combination of just customizing the itinerary of these trips, as well as personalization and opportunity that participants get to actually do these things in action, is what sets us apart.
Gotcha. Well, and based on all the customization, how many trips do you think you could squeeze into a year? I mean, you're doing 2 now, but like what's the capacity here?
Yeah, we've outlined, I think it goes up to 4 within the next 3 years. But that's based on our ability to generate revenue so that we can do this. In addition to having funding so that we can pay a part-time employee in Nepal, we want this to benefit Nepali people so that money is going directly to them so that we can support their ability and their skill development and empowerment in growing these workshops themselves. So the more that we do these trips with the increasing frequency, we'll have more capital available to facilitate that essentially.
So I have a question inside of what's been asked. Did you say that you did already do research on women empowerment programs in Nepal? And you didn't find...
Yeah.
Did you say you didn't find any?
So the only one that I found was well, essentially I didn't find any because the only one that I found was directly linked to helping domestic like abuses with like women, and it wasn't directly like leading them to empower them. It was just helping to recover from their personal trauma or like, facing those circumstances that they had to face, like being slapped by their husbands or, being raped by a wealthy man or something like that. So those more directly, rather than just like in focusing on like education programs that help to empower women to like, you know,
The
live
reason for
like
my question is because like there's the volunteer initiative in Nepal for women empowerment, including education and rights. The volunteer HQ organization, like you say you didn't find any, and I just went and ran a thing and I'm finding a bunch. That's why I'm asking. The Volunteer Society of Nepal, women's empowerment and the ability to have rights. So I'm just saying, did we do the research or we missed it? But there seems to be about 40 that I was able to find inside of Nepal. So I'm just questioning like really the differential.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just meant like research in the terms that like essentially basically research in the terms of like organizations just like Climb Your Everest weren't so explicitly found, but more like on terms of like other benefits that they provided to like these local women. So not like the personalized approach where you get to like, you know, have like workshops with them together, but just like more in terms of like just helping them come with like abuse and trauma and stuff like that. So kind of like a different approach to.
I will also like add up to Sita's point that we did present in one of our competitor analysis slide. To see, you can go forward a few slides where we did do our market research into like some of the current organizations. Yeah, this slide. That are done in Nepal, and these are some of the focus areas that we have looked into, and we saw that there are like, as for International Volunteer HQ, for Volunteer World, for National Geographic, they lack some of the elements that our program that we provide. So that's kind of why we detailed that on the slide.
Got it. I'm actually looking at right now. So the International Volunteer HQ, 1 week in Nepal costs $275. And they're do make a difference for women abroad program. So I'm just saying perhaps a little bit, and you know, I love Sarah, so I just think that we could have done a little more digging there. Louise. You're muted.
On the bright side, I know a charity in England called the Genesis Trust that has run for the last 10 years. It's a research group based in Imperial College in London. They do scientific research, biological research on the charity supports the researchers that are working to develop fertility methods. So actually one of the founders of IVF, or the work that went towards IVF, is the Lord Robert Winston that heads up the charity. But that charity decided to use this type of trip internationally to fund its charity. So the trips didn't have to do with the research, but they sent a researcher on the trip that educated the women and men on their trips about the work they were doing. And so I'm imagining that the doctor can't do all of the trips. So you've got to have other people maybe in her group, etc., that can do this. But the remarkable thing about these trips is they started out slowly with 2 or 3 trips like you've got. And they've now built up to, well, they had to stop it during COVID. But I went on one of them the last year before COVID started. And that program was garnering and earning a net of all expenses income to the charity of over $250,000 a year. And the main 2 differentials in what you're describing and what they did is that they added the aspect of self-development. So they made it a challenge for the women going and the men going on the rides. So some of them were cycle challenges, some of them were hiking challenges, and they had a whole period of about 6 months before the trip where the people did local fundraisings to raise the money for the trip. They charge a lot more for the trip, about $5,000 per person to go on the trip. But out of that, the person had the experience of a 200-mile bike ride through villages and parts of the country they would never go as a tourist. And they also had the experience of visiting schools, of meeting women, all these kinds of things that you're describing. And those trips have had, as I said, over the years, they've probably had, I don't know, 10,000 people that have been on these trips now. So I think as you go forward, you'll figure out the ways to develop it and what resonates. But since you're in one of the prime areas for climbing, why don't you combine it with one of the companies doing a climbing experience? And the other point, because you're talking about hiring all these people yourself and you need funds to hire people, what they did, which I thought was clever, is they took responsibility for finding the people to go on the trips, but they never operated the trips. They contracted out. There are lots of organizations, a handful of them, half a dozen of them, that operate trips on behalf of charities. And so let's say you took $5,000 as the price of the trip. On top of that includes the airfare from a point. So if you're going to do the trip from New York or you're going to do it from Los Angeles, the airfare was included. And then they had travel people that did bulk purchase of airfare. So they went from London in this case, but we went from London to Thailand or London to Africa or London. They went all over the world. So of the $5,000, the cost for the trip, including all hotels, food, everything, was about half of the cost, and the $2,500 net went to the charity. So I just want to give you that as a reference point.
No, thank you so much. That's incredibly wonderful to hear about. It sounds like an amazing organization.
It took about 10 years to build that up, but it has.
Right.
But it was the kind of, I mean, your doctor sounds like the same kind of personality. You could read about it in the British press, but I think it could be done with what you're doing, because women's empowerment, I mean, the situation for women in these countries is beyond belief.
Absolutely, yes. And to your point, I mean, just briefly regarding your question about why not, bringing in climbing ventures, given the obvious attraction of the Himalayas.
Some kind of personal development that gets people
Correct.
going.
Yeah, and that's kind of our thinking behind the treks, and we want it to be customizable and personal and dependent on those that are going on the trek. And so that's a great opportunity that we have, given our connections to local guiding companies. And we could, I mean, that's a really interesting idea to hire someone to coordinate the trips there. Our thought behind hiring locals in Nepal and continuing to work with that is so that our money is supporting their economy directly. And a lot of this is about
the company in turn hires the local people, but they're the experts at organizing the trip, so you don't have to develop that expertise. That's all I'm saying.
No, that's great. Yeah, that makes complete sense. That's great. Thank you.
Patrick?
Yeah, I guess I have 3 observations all about barriers to entry. I don't know if you're familiar with the Hunger Project. It's a project that was founded by Warner Earhart probably 50 years ago. And their thesis is, if you want to improve chronic hunger, don't teach men how to farm, teach women how to influence community decisions. And I think their learning experience is the reason why women aren't empowered is because the local men don't want them to be. So I think one of the things you need to consider is what kind of pushback at the community level are you going to get when you come in and announce that you're there to teach women how to be empowered. The second thing is, I wouldn't underestimate National Geographic's positioning in the market. If they're not doing customized programs, maybe it's because customized programs don't work, or they're really expensive, or they're really unmanageable. So I would look to them as a subject matter expert rather than a competitor, and kind of try and understand why you can differentiate yourself from them, and if you really can. And then the third thing is, I've read recently that Nepal is suffering from over-tourism and beginning to limit the number of visas that they're issuing, because there's, parking jams going up Everest and because of all the refuse that it's created by tourism. So I would want to make sure that there's nothing from a governmental travel perspective that's going to limit your ability to run tours and to bring people into the country for that kind of an activity. Just to make sure you don't put a really great plan together and go, we can't get people into the country.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely.
Any more really quick? Because I want to get the judges' time. Jesus, anything for you?
No, thank you.
Patrick, I do have another one for you, and it's very interesting. You said what you said. Dr. Sarah is a graduate.
She's a what?
She was an introduction leader for Landmark Education, which is
Oh, is she really?
so she's what we would refer to as a graduate.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, got it.
And personal growth and development. Okay, nothing else for the judges? Can you please put the link back to the judges' room so that the judges can go battle it out in the other room?
Yes, I'll do that. I'm going to drop it in their individual chats. Let me do that now.
Okay.
I'll drop it in everyone. That's fine.
We need to join that meeting, right?
Yeah, you're going to go over there and you're going to have an opportunity to finish your scorecards, have conversations, work it down. I'll be there with you here in a moment or two. The room is open. And
I'm confused. I'm sorry. I'll go back to my email.
Nope. Look in the chat, Louise. Look in the chat and there's a link and it'll take you back to where you were before.
But it says everyone. Why is it inviting everyone?
Because I told him to put it in open chat so that you would get it and he wouldn't go each individual person. It was easier for me to send it that way. I apologize.
That's all right.
And you didn't you didn't put it says participants 5. Are they going in? I'm checking on one side. Oh. So welcome. We're missing a judge still, or
I've just been doing mine as we went. Yeah.
I should have been. I forgot completely to do it today, so I've got to do it quickly. I've been writing.
I'll be right in with you in just a moment. I'm going to finish up here and I'm coming over.
So I'm just going to go through and do my spreadsheet now.
Okay. Yeah, no worries.
All right. So this is for everyone that's here. Can we? I was going to say, can you highlight Isabel? But there she is. So for those of you who do not know, this is Isabel Bart. She's the executive director of the Academy. She's going to be having a conversation with you about what you liked in the course, what you didn't like in the course, what you think we could do better in the course, or anything that you can add for us. But before I do that, Rob, can you drop in the chat?
Yeah, and if that's okay with everybody, I love to use my gonna use the Fathom thing so that you will write the notes as well. I think so.
Okay, but first let's have Rob. Rob, can you put that in the chat? Did you?
The form and the form, yes?
Yeah. So
Yeah,
in the chat, okay. I got to get to the room. I apologize.
I got it. I'm doing that now.
Okay. In a moment, we're going to be putting a chat in the chat box, a form. If you are a student and you have an interest to being in communication with the academies, or you want to volunteer for any of our nonprofit organizations or just anything in general, the form will allow you to fill out your name, telephone number, email address, and what organization you would like to participate with, including the academies. And before I disappear, we didn't have time to create another form, but if you are a nonprofit organization, we have a couple of requests for you. If you could supply us with a blog, one blog in the next 12 months, we would like to publish it through our system. So we're asking if that's available to you. And to both the nonprofits and the students, we would love to have letters of testimonial or videos or both. And I'm going to disappear. I'm going to go jump to the other room, and I will be back as soon as we have a decision. It's all over to you, Isabel.
See you soon. Yes, so thank you, everybody. I know it's been a long day for many of you, and great presentations. Thank you for your participation. So I'd love to invite you to provide any feedback, positive, constructive. Really feel free to raise your hand, put things in the chat if you're more comfortable with that. But, you know, we'd love to hear your feedback about maybe what worked well for you, what you enjoyed in the academy. And then again, anything constructive or any thoughts about what didn't work as well, what you would suggest we change for next year's students or nonprofit organizations. All right, so I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but I might if nobody wants to speak up or all right.
Yeah, I'm willing to share.
All right, who is this?
Alejandro Colon.
Thank you, Alejandro.
Yeah, so I think I had a really good experience in the academy. I'm very happy with this class. I think this is definitely one of, if not my favorite class that I've taken through UCLA. I think it was a great chance to sort of experience what it's like to be on a team and get to actually work with this organization and sort of the process of I don't know, trying to make a venture work, thinking that you're really far down the line and then like dealing with setbacks. And so I think that's a great like educational experience. If there's anything constructive, I would say on some things, communication could have been slightly better, but not for the most part. I think it was really good overall. There were just a few times where like I thought, oh, I wish something like this would have been sent out a little bit sooner so that we had a bit more time to prepare. But that was only in like a couple instances. So overall, I think it was very, very well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I would agree with Alejandro. First of all, give the same feedback that like, I mean, I would recommend this class to anybody who asks me about it. Like, it's been an amazing experience, and it really is something that's important for us to be able to get some type of real world experience and like collaborative work to do. So on that end, it's awesome. But I would say the same thing, like sometimes notifications would come out a little bit late. And I think it might be helpful if we had a Canvas page because everything was done through email in this class. And possibly a Canvas page would be helpful where there's a schedule and then some of like the weekly reports and assignments, if they were detailed out in that a little bit more, because every once in a while we'd be coming to the point where we're meeting again and we're like, okay, what do we really have to do for next week? And it was a little unclear sometimes.
Okay. Great feedback. Let's see. I'd love to hear from some of our nonprofit partners. If anybody wants to contribute. A lot of people are off camera, so I'm not sure.
Isabel Wright, Cambodia has panned up.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. I'm a student, but fully fine. I think one thing for me in terms of feedback, I would have loved to interact with the groups a lot more. I feel like everyone was kind of in their own bubble student group wise, and it would have been nice to kind of be able to present our venture in front of like another student group and we kind of give each other feedback in that way. I know we kind of done that a little bit, but I just wanted some more interaction so it didn't feel like it was all like separate in that way. So that was one thing that I would have liked a bit more. In addition to having, you know, the Canvas site for communication purposes. Yeah, I think those were the two main feedback from my end.
great. Thank you.
Adding on to that, I'm also a student, so adding on to that, I think the guest speakers were really cool. I really enjoyed listening to like their experiences and particularly like the struggles and the challenges that they faced. So that was pretty interesting. I guess that's one of the reasons they inspired me to start my own nonprofit too. So I kind of started one, and yeah, other than that, I think the only criticism that I have is, yeah, the assignments might have should have come out sooner because it was hard getting like stuff. Like it was like you were on the spot and then you had to just get it in on time, especially if it was sent out like a day before.
I think I want to piggyback on something you said, Saida. So I think I also teach a lot of entrepreneurship classes and I work with a lot of startups. So I think this class, and many of you may not realize it because you're still in undergrad, is one of the best training for really for business, because it's kind of more the reality of what you will be doing after you graduate. I would say when I hear young people like you say, I'm going to create a nonprofit, I would take that with a grain of salt. And I will actually, before you decide you should create a nonprofit, I will think, what is this that you're trying to achieve? What is your idea? What do you want to pursue? Because many times the best answer may not always be a nonprofit. And we don't cover that in the scope of this class. We help wonderful nonprofit organizations, and this is a great class. A lot of people don't quite capture the scope of how to achieve a goal, sometime with the power of other type of entities. So actually, my work, besides Academies for Social Entrepreneurship, is 80% impact startups, which are solving the bigger issues in the world, whether it's climate, social, homelessness, all these things, but through a for-profit, mission-driven approach, which a lot of time is going to end up being more scalable and sustainable than a nonprofit organization for various reasons, including the ability to raise private capital, which you don't have as much in the nonprofits. So then we end up doing programs like this, which also helps nonprofits be less dependent on traditional fundraising and build social enterprise models. But you can also start the other way around. So before you end up like some of our partner organizations here saying, it's time to build a business now because we're going to get in trouble potentially, you can actually start with a very different approach. So I do, I know, I'm not an official professor here in the class, or, I'm not affiliated with UCLA. I'm affiliated with UCI, but just when I hear young, ladies and guys say that, I'm just want you to know that there's a high chance doing a nonprofit is not the best solution you're going to have to solve the problem you want to solve. So just FYI.
Yeah. No, I totally understand that. But I guess one of the things that propelled me to like start the nonprofit, because I already got like IRS approval for like 501c3 status as well. I think one of the reasons that it propelled me was because my great aunt, she died of breast cancer on the day of my high school graduation. So that was kind of like a life-changing experience for me, because I was supposed to speak that day and she died that very day. So
yes, I'm sorry. I'm a breast cancer survivor. I had breast cancer when I was 41. So I can I definitely empathize. I am sorry that your aunt did not make it. So
yeah. So it's more of like, I guess the reason I wanted to start the nonprofit was like for like, a social cause in that sense, but I totally understand like getting the funding and how to access that and stuff is difficult.
Well, and also you don't have to necessarily get your own 501c3. I feel like, I don't know, UCLA must offer some kind of nonprofit management class in some of the departments, but you could be fiscally sponsored just like we are. So actually, there are pros and cons, but doing your own also puts a lot of burden on yourself in terms of governance, board requirements and reporting. If you do a fiscal sponsorship, for example, it could make some of these things easier. We had an organization in the program a couple of years ago called Cancer Kinship, which actually I was on the board. I'm still on their board because of being a cancer survivor. And they do amazing work to help patients and survivors thrive. And actually the social enterprise project from this class 2 years ago, which was building an online wig store, is about to be launched in a few weeks. So to make you feel better, also a lot of the work that many of your predecessors have done is very helpful, and some of these projects really end up coming out and helping the nonprofits really thrive. So you know, something to keep in mind, and seeing, you know, if there are other organizations you want to partner with. Anyway, sorry, I totally took everything on a tangent. So glad Archie's not here to scold me right now, but but this is anyway, sorry, I'm still want to hear more feedback, because otherwise I'm not, you know, that's what I was supposed to do originally. But any nonprofit, I don't know. I know we have a lot of students because I recognize your names. Who else do we have? Yeah, I think that maybe the nonprofits kind of, yeah, took off. I see Matthew Wadlinger, who I haven't talked to in a while, but I mean, your feedback is much appreciated. I'm sure Professor Atkinson may also have his own way of capturing feedback from the students, and, you know, we'll check in with him also. We have Dr. J. Dr. J is, Rob said he's here, but I don't know if
they're the ones paying the bill. Me, customer, my patient is paying the bill.
yeah, I see Matthew, I don't, he's on mute and I don't see his video. I'm not sure if he's here.
That's where something I should look.
I had a question.
Yes.
So in the form, when it says volunteer for a nonprofit, how would that actually work? Like, you know, in terms of like logistics.
I think right now we're capturing interest, and Rob can correct me if I'm saying something wrong here, but I think we're trying to capture interest because that's a request we commonly get from students saying, oh, I really want to keep doing this work. I think we're going to have to see on a case-by-case basis if those could be paid internships for credits. Rob, right? Because I mean, we're not saying it's not like under one program or anything like that right now, right? It's more about interest.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, sounds good. I just wanted to clarify.
Let's see. I'm trying to get. Who else? Anybody?
I had a really fun time. I'm a student also, but I had a really fun time in this class, and I would say like it's one of like the top programs that I've done at UCLA for sure. I'm actually interested in knowing like how people found out about this class, because I feel like I would love for more people to find out about it, but every time I say something about this class, everyone's like, I've never heard of this class before. And I think that for me is like something that we could work on and like do better. Because I mean, I found out about this class because like my friend took it and recommended it to me personally, but I feel like if you don't really have those connections, then how do we like reach out to those people? I'm like really curious to find that out. But I love this class, and like, yeah, it was
Thank you.
a great experience.
So actually, this is a very interesting question, Yuri, or say Jury?
Yeah,
Jury. Sorry. It's actually, you may not believe this, but we have we waitlist students for the class. So unfortunately, we actually you should feel really good, all of you here, because you've been actually selected. We have to turn down students every year. So even though some of your friends maybe didn't hear about it, we also unfortunately cannot take everybody who applied, which was great. This year we had an offshoot program, a shorter program, and Rob, I don't remember the official name we had for the accelerated one.
Correct, yes, the ideation lab.
Yes, so we were able to take more students than we did last year, but we usually have a lot more requests than we have spots.
Yeah, I think it actually is really interesting that this class only takes juniors and seniors. Like that was one of the things for me, because like last year I wasn't able to like even want to be in the, try to be in the course. I mean, obviously like this depends on like faculty and like all the resources, but I think it would be cool if there was like a precursor to this class where you like don't exactly work with a nonprofit yet, but learn all the skills that are necessary, because I do feel like it might be like a big jump for people that aren't like coming directly from like a business background or like an econ background, if that makes sense. But yeah, I think it's great.
Also on the discovering the class note, I found out about it because they sent it out on the econ listserv. So like if you're an econ student, if you read the emails that they send out of like opportunities for econ students, it was on there a few different times. That's how I found out about it. And then I was visiting with Professor Atkinson because I was introduced by a mutual friend, and I had thought that like I didn't have a strong enough background in this stuff to apply yet. But then Professor Atkinson told me that he thought I should apply. So that's how I made it into here.
Yeah, this is a good point. Also, it's fairly unique because at UCLA, you're econ undergrad, so there is no actually business undergrad like in some other universities. Yeah, it would be interesting to see if there could do some other type of classes around, could be like preparing for this one. But again, I don't know enough in terms of curriculum for economics undergrad, because a lot of the other universities I work with are more like business administration. And it's not always easy. I don't know who else is from. I'm like gonna say so many things that are not politically correct, but universities are not the easiest type of organizations to work with. Let's put it that way. We appreciate definitely the feedback, and this is helping us also because your feedback is extremely valuable and is something that's important because we serve you, we serve the nonprofits, and that's the most important, right? So to help move some of the things.
To add on to that, I actually only found out about this class through the UCLA Alumni Association just because I Googled it up. And then I was just looking through like programs and stuff like that. It was pretty random.
Rob, are there any questions that I should have asked or?
Okay, we have our first.
No, I just think it was sorry, Archie's in.
What we don't need to do is
just the feedback and a debrief of the day, how you thought it today went. And so, we are looking for the feedback and always looking to construct the program, be more effective, more efficient. So as Elizabeth said, sorry, Isabel, we're here to serve you.
And is there, so after this, remind me, so I know there will be like on the third year, so the top 3 will get to pitch. Is that right? Is that top 3? I can remember.
Can you repeat the question?
For the showcase.
Yes. So the judges are right now in their.
Yeah, and so do we announce the selection right after this?
Correct. Yeah. So as soon as the judges come back, yes.
Okay, by 3 o'clock then. Okay. What were some of your favorite topics? Being students and some of this work being maybe new to you, what were some of your favorite topics or concepts that you felt like you learned during the class?
Having to do market research was interesting. We were lucky that our nonprofit was in LA. So we actually got to go over there and just survey people and ask them a bunch of questions, but that's definitely a good thing to have had to do for the class.
Right.
There were 2 things for me that was one thing that was really cool was just like the process of trying to create partnerships and stuff, and sort of like the volume of calls and stuff that you should be putting out if you are trying to really make something happen. And like I mentioned earlier, just like the actual hands-on experience of dealing with something that you really thought was going to go through, and then that not working out. And then sort of it was the iteration process, I think, of like being early on thinking, okay, we already know what we're going to do. So like feeling like we're super ahead of the game, and then discovering for some reason or another that thing that we thought was so perfect doesn't work at all. And then and then so that process I think was very helpful. And then also just like figuring out what is financially relevant for your venture, because like for a lot of them there were some things like numbers for demand and stuff was really relevant, but for us like we have a significant wait list, so it's more relevant for us to like figure out the specifics of billing and stuff. So I think it was a really interesting process to see like the rubrics, the standard rubrics of here's the information that every team should present, and then figuring out, okay, how do we understand what these rubrics are getting at and adapt them to fit our venture, which is not typical to the other one. So I think it was a really good process.
And speaking from the standpoint of, running the nonprofit, what we've accomplished thus far has already been enormously beneficial. The fact that we're right around the corner from getting, insurance benefits on existing patients, that means there's additional revenue based on what we're already doing. Like we don't have to produce any new results. We don't have to see any more new patients to actually have, a 6-figure plus income come in from this new, idea of bringing Medicaid in. Not also to mention the fact that we also became digitized, which is now saving, I'm sure, 100 hours worth of admin work each year. So really beneficial.
Do you have any constructive feedback, Dr. Grossman, about the program or anything? Anything you improve or?
I really enjoyed the program. I mean, for me, one of the biggest benefits was because my practice is, a mile from the campus. I was able to meet, the students. I would have liked a lot more interaction with them in person. Zoom is something that, kind of came out of COVID, and I think everybody gets used to, doing things online. It's just not my favorite thing to do everything online. I think that if the course continues this way, you might want to have at least 1 or 2 in-person meetings. I think that more intimate bonding relationship without being in the same room could be really beneficial. But I enjoyed the course. I like the way that it was structured, and I think that as I look at the various organizations presenting, they clearly evolved. Like they clearly grew from the experience. So clearly that has a lot to say about the the training and the coaching and the mentorship that you guys have given them.
Thank you. Any other thoughts or any topic or concept that you thought was a little bit difficult maybe for you to grasp, or anything that you would have liked to see more, that you need maybe more time with, or I know there was definitely a lot of content we covered in the course, so. No, okay. I know it's Friday afternoon and you're all thinking, I don't know if is a final week is coming, right? You still have a couple of weeks. Hopefully soon we're gonna hear the decisions, and then you'll get to go study for for the next classes. If anybody wants to chime in, feel free to. I don't know. Richard Eaton, are you? I see Richard, Matthew Waldinger, if I can say your name, I'm sorry. Matthew W. from CASA. Don't know if you're on the call still. See, yeah, Colin.
I'm still on the call.
Yes, Richard, thank you. Anything you want to share about your experience from a nonprofit standpoint? Good and bad feedback, constructive, feedback, anything you appreciated or that maybe was more challenging, you thought as an organization?
Well, I think that in 8 minutes to educate someone who isn't in the world of the nonprofit is a tough challenge. I think the feedback from some of the judges, left us with some questions and ways to really address that more constructively. So it's just a work in progress.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, I think in 8 minutes, you really have to articulate exactly what you're thinking. There's not a lot of time to kind of jump around. I think that's actually really helpful to kind of think about direction and focus. So I thought that was really good and helpful.
Thank you. And I know every year I read the final papers and reflections from the students, and there's a lot of optimism in me when I read those, because many of you talk about, that course kind of gave you maybe some idea on, like wanted to maybe turn your career more into purpose or something. So I encourage you to keep, and again, it doesn't have to be, nonprofits or, there's a lot of way to actually work in impact that can also be, for profit and so on. So there's a lot of, exciting things happening with startups right now, also in the world of impact. So if you want to reach out anytime or you have any questions about that, feel free to ask us.
Yeah, on that note also, about like some of the different paths you can take. I don't know if you heard, I tried to get this one guy he's a partner at McKinsey, one of the global co-heads of their ESG research. It's really, really cool guy. I had the pleasure of speaking with him, being introduced by another McKinsey alum, McKinsey, the UCLA alum. And so this guy does really like the idea of coming and speaking at some event. I don't think it worked out for him to come and speak this quarter, but I think in future quarters or semesters, a speaker like that could also be cool, because it's super awesome to hear from a bunch of entrepreneurs, but it's also really cool to see like another route that you can take it. Because he went like the Goldman Sachs route and then took some time off to do, I think he went to South Africa and was consulting social enterprise nonprofits. And so then he sort of made a career out of doing the consulting work. And so I feel like a speaker like that, he or one of his colleagues could be a really great speaker to sort of round out some of the people we get to hear from. I think it'd be very cool.
Absolutely. Yes, we always, and if any of you have any, cousins, uncles, people who may be interested in supporting the program, coming as a speaker, we always welcome speakers, funders, anybody who wants to be part of it, support the work that's happening here. So thank you for thinking about that, Alejandro.
This is unrelated, but that kind of like reminded me. I feel like it would have been really cool if we were able to like network with the other students and the other nonprofits too in general. I think there's a lot like I could learn from everybody here, and like just having like maybe like a networking session or like something like that might be like beneficial, because like I feel like we're gonna keep seeing like people like in this class in similar spaces since we're interested in like similar things. So it would help to like be more like united in that sense.
Mm-hmm. Yes, having a little bit more time for that part. I completely understand. Yes, that makes sense.
And I think it would be really cool. I know like Dr. J's proposal of like doing more things in person. I know that doesn't work for a lot of the nonprofits because they're not based in LA. But I do think there are some classes at UCLA that have adjusted really well to a hybrid environment where some people can tune in online if need be, and then other people can show up in person for lecture. So I'm wondering, I'm sure UCLA or UCI, whichever other places you're doing this with, has the capacity to facilitate something like that. And then like the students that are meeting with a nonprofit that can't be there in person, they could also join remotely, go to a breakout room, and then the people present in person can go out to separate rooms like we do on alternating weeks, but with the nonprofit there. Just like an idea of how that might be able to be implemented.
Great point. Ah, I see Dirges are coming back. I see Justin is back. So that means the decision was made,
Yes.
right? All right. Very cool. So
Hello.
hi, Archie's back.
Yep, and I can honestly say that there's no blood, but there was some battles.
Ooh.
I'm gonna change how I see everyone so that I can I want to get everyone's picture. We're going to tell you, but we want you to know. Pedro, can you put the 4 judges and myself up? Will it let you do 5? Oh, there we go. It's the story. So we've come to a consensus, and in no particular order. So we don't want you to hear an order, but these are the 3 organizations that will be going on to the showcase. I should have made Louise send them to me in a text message.
What? Really? I'll do it now.
Game heads. Correct? Everybody, my judges? Okay, good. Casa. Correct? And cycling. Those are our 3 going on to our next. We would like, I'm going to do 2, and we're going to see if the judges continue to nod their heads. We want Homeless but Toothless to know that your presentation was extraordinary. And we just had a question about the social enterprise aspect, but it was close. And we want to acknowledge Jacinto. We know the work that you put in. We know what you went through. And as a team, we are sending acknowledgement for the work that showed up. So congratulations to everyone. Thank you for participating. Some of you may not show up at the showcase. I'm hoping that you all do. If you don't, it's been a real privilege to spend the last, I don't know, 5 months, 6 months with you. Whether you're a student or nonprofit, thank you for making a world that works for all human beings and being a part of the Academy at UCLA. Thank you for your opportunity to enrich not only my life, but the lives around you and the community. And I do hope that you filled out that piece of paper and you stay in communication with us. We'd like you to stay a part of the family of the academies. And we will see those of you who are there next week. Oh, and special thanks to all of our judges. Boy, I'm a bad person. And all of our judges, I want to make sure that you get like these people, you heard who they are. Like, holy crap, they could be making more money a minute than most of us make in a month. That's how smart they are. And they gave us a whole day. Like, I couldn't afford to pay for that. I also want to acknowledge Pedro, who is here, is our handling all this stuff, and then he did it better than we ever thought, and he's gotten it better. Thank you for volunteering and being here today. Rob Triplett, being my partner and having this happen, and Paul Van Berkham, I know you're in there somewhere, and of course, our new executive director, Isabel Bart. I shouldn't leave anybody out. So we love you. Get out. Go forth and multiply. If you're on the team, my request is that you wait so that we can talk. When you can take me off the spotlight so we all fit in a screen. Oh, did we lose Paul and Isabel?
Looks like it, yes.
Okay.
I
Dr.
have a
J,
question.
you need something? Dr. J?
He was connected to a different device earlier, so that he might not be at that because
Yeah,
I think he
was
was
on his
outside.
iPhone.
Jondra, do you need something? Okay, we should help them.
Wait, by help him, you mean put them in the waiting room, or do you want
Yeah,
me
that's
to?
exactly what I meant.
Okay.
Because I still show 13. Oh, now I see a bunch of messages.
Okay, there we go.
So, Pedro's done this before. I don't know that you have. I'm going to start with Pedro. Is there anything you need to say to be complete or anything you want us to get?
This was fun. A lot of fun. Reminds me of like work days for SELP.
Yeah. It's the living and the breathing of my possibility in the world.
Yeah, and it's weird. Like you're exactly the same person that you are when you're doing seminars. It's like, oh, I know this person.
What, you thought that was fake that I would
No,
have
I knew that was real, but
yeah. So I really meant what I said, which is like it was extraordinary having you here. I would have never come up with the spotlight. It was a
so Rob suggested the idea. I thought about it, but Rob suggested, so I'm like, okay, he's nudging me. I might as well let Archie know.
yeah, no, it was perfect. Both of you. Literally, the struggle here was, and Rob will know, this is normally was a 3-person job that fell to a 2-person job, and today turned into a 1-person job with people assisting. And I think we pulled it off for the most part, except for the distractions that were going on. So I thank you for being here. And yes, I'm the same person. Is there anything else you'd like to say to be empowered or complete?
No.
Do you get that today you made a difference?
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Like, they may not know, but you touched thousands of lives today. Rob, anything for you?
It was, I mean, even with the breakdowns, I thought it went very, very well. I'm very happy with the choices. The only thing I forgot to mention that I just now realized is for the students, they have a work session on Tuesday. But I know Andy will send out a reminder, so.
Yeah.
Just, I love this program. It moves me to tears every time I'm around it, and we're coming up on the end of it for this year, and it's just like, I wish it could go on. I wish we could be around everybody forever. Because you fall in love with the students, you fall in love with the nonprofits. You know, it's just
Yeah.
I mean, I think I put in seven of the 10. Like I found 7 or 8 of the 10 nonprofits this year. So I have a very special connection with most of them, you know. See the hard work and the hours and all that's put in to, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a unique experience for me, Rob, not having to be the one that puts them in, finds them, chases them around, get all the paperwork handled. Like having you as a partner has made it where I don't want to kill small children and dogs.
Like you said, it's the fulfillment of a possibility. I just want to kind of a difference.
Yeah. And I want you to know, just so that you know, and with Pedro here, homeless but toothless, literally we had a knockdown, drag out battle.
I know
they thought, here's what they thought that it was the best presentation.
Wow.
What they also thought was that it's not a social enterprise.
Wow.
It's the same customer, it's the same toothless people that they're working on. They just found a new way to get money for it. So they were unwilling to count that as a social enterprise. That's what cost.
Gotcha. Wow. I mean, even like because I was listening to both the you know, you guys were talking, but I was also over here with the room, and one of the Dr. J was just effusively praising us for the structure of the program, just what they've done. So
I hope to God we get some of those testimonials.
I'm still recording this, by the way. I mean,
you should shut it off.